All right, Jordan, why don't you get us started?
Okay, so I'm Jordan Sturhaug, the chair of the P&T committee. We will now convene the P&T committee meeting. I'll read off the names of the participating attendees. Please say here when I call your name. For the P&T committee members, Laura Besti.
Here.
Virginia Bucola.
Here.
Kavita Chawla.
Here.
Michael Corsalis.
Here.
Susan Flattabo.
Here.
John McKay.
Here.
Alex Park. Diane Schwilke.
I'm here.
And then Leah Markopt is absent today. From the Healthcare Authority, Laura Crocker.
Here.
Luke Dearden.
Here.
Alita Tavaskis.
Here.
Amy Irwin.
Here.
Ryan Pistoresi.
Here.
Donna Sullivan.
I'm here.
Marissa Tabel.
Here.
Ryan Takatomo.
Here.
Joey Zarati.
Here.
From Labor and Industries, Jamie May.
Here.
From the Drug Effectiveness Review Project, our DUR presenters, Alila Kawadi.
Yes, I'm here.
Gerald Gottldner.
I think he'll be joining later before his presentation.
And Beth Shaw.
Good morning.
Perfect, thank you. Next, from Magellan Medicaid Administrator Presenter, Umang Patel.
Here.
And then for our last members for the managed care organizations, we won't make you be part of the roll call, but we have Greg Samas from Molina Healthcare, Heidi Goodrich from Molina Healthcare, Petra Egeldorfer from United Healthcare, Omar Duwad from Community Health Plan of Washington, and Jeffrey Natividad from Community Health Plan of Washington. Now I'm going to turn over for Lito a little bit to update us on some meeting logistics.
Thanks, Jordan. This is Lita Vasquez. The meeting logistics, the committee and presenters can mute and unmute themselves. Please mute yourself when not speaking to limit background noise. Presenters, please share your webcams while presenting, and committee members, please share your webcams during discussions and motion consideration. For stakeholder participation, the chair will read the list of stakeholder names who pre-registered to speak. Please raise your hand so we can find you and unmute you. After, the chair will ask if there are any other stakeholders. Raise your hand, we will call on you and unmute you. You can also use the Q&A box. We will address your questions during the stakeholder time. We will be turning off the chat after each drug class stakeholder testimony time period concludes for the committee to make a motion. And lastly, the meeting is being recorded, so please state your name every time you speak. Okay. Jordan, do you want me to just go into?
Yeah, I think we just, if you want to update on the Open Public Meeting Act requirement part 2.
Okay. So I'm going to go over some changes to the Open Public Meetings Act that is effective June 1st of this year. Due to the COVID pandemic, in March 2020, the governor signed a proclamation prohibiting public agencies from conducting meetings subject to the Open Public Meeting Act unless they could be held remotely. The governor recently rescinded this proclamation. Now governing bodies can choose 1, to hold hybrid meetings in person with a remote option, or 2, continue to hold fully remote meetings. After a full briefing and consulting with other agency heads, HCA's director, Sue Birch, is asking that all meetings HCA supports or facilitates that are subject to the Open Public Meeting Act continue to be held fully remote. Factors considered in Sue's decision are there is still a declared public health emergency. COVID infection rates are on the rise with highly infectious variants. HCA employees and contractors are required to be vaccinated. yet HCA is not able to verify the vaccination status of individuals who attend open public meetings. So this introduces an unnecessary health risk to everyone at the meeting. Fully remote meetings have been successful for over 2 years, and we will continue to revisit this in the future. Another consideration is that the conference center at CTAC, where we hold the in-person meetings, is not set up for hybrid meetings. HCA would have to bring in cameras and technology to create a hybrid meeting. So I will now turn it over to Jordan for the committee to vote on whether to continue holding fully remote meetings or whether to hold hybrid meetings with both an in-person and remote option.
Thank you, Lita. So I'll summarize a little bit that we do have to make a formal motion on this, but we don't really have more than one thing to decide between, essentially, as it would be very difficult to be able to do a hybrid option, which would be the only option going forward. And we've been pretty successful with these virtual meetings. I'll just give a little bit of time if anybody has questions on that process. So if not, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we continue to hold our meetings virtually until we decide otherwise. Is there a second?
This is Ginny, and I'm happy to second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I'll go ahead and Alex Park is, he did communicate to us that he is here today. I can see him on screen as well. So he's part of that roll call as well. But with that, then I think we're ready to move on to our first topic, which is on plaque psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. And Leela Kawadi will be presenting for us.
Great, thank you very much. Let me just get my slides queued up here. Are y'all seeing the full screen?
It looks
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. My name is Leila Kawadi. I am an investigator with the RTI University of North Carolina Evidence-Based Practice Center. We are a partner to the Drug Effectiveness Review Project coordinated out of the Center for Evidence-Based Policy at OHSU. And today I'll be giving you an update. This is actually an encore presentation from on the topic of targeted immune modulators for plaque psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. It's an update of a topic that I think I've come to you before to present. The original presentation was designed for a full hour and we have less time than that. So I'm going to go through some of the slides pretty quickly and skip over others in order to focus on what's new for the update and to help you stay on time for your meeting today. So with that, this is just a brief overview of today's presentation. It's a fairly standard DUR presentation format. And first, a little background, just to get everybody on the same page. So plaque psoriasis is a chronic inflammatory disease affecting the skin, scalp, and nails, and plaques or scaling skin lesions are the hallmark of the disease. Psoriatic arthritis is a chronic inflammatory arthritis that's often associated with plaque psoriasis. And TIMs are biologic agents used to treat both conditions by selectively blocking the mechanisms involved in the immune response in those conditions. And the first TIM was approved for psoriasis in 2003. The first TIM was approved for psoriatic arthritis in 2002. And since that time, many additional agents, including biosimilars, have been approved for both conditions. On slide 4 are the drugs that we included in the DURP review that we recently conducted. And this graphic is organized according to mechanism of action, which is listed in the, let me get my laser pointer on here, the top green boxes at the top. Just as a note, there were no new drugs included in this update compared to the review we conducted for DURP in 2020. The drugs that are colored in blue boxes are approved for both plaque psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. The drugs that are in the light green boxes are only approved for plaque psoriasis, and the drugs that are in the very light yellow boxes are only approved for psoriatic arthritis. The drugs that are in white, which is bimekizumab and deucravacitinib, are not yet FDA approved. And I'll note that the manufacturer for bimekizumab recently, like within the last month or 6 weeks or something like that, received a complete response letter to their submission based on some pre-approval inspection issues. So to our knowledge, neither of these two pipeline drugs are up for like immediate FDA approval. Here were the scoping parameters for the updated review in terms of population interventions, et cetera. The criteria were largely the same as previous reviews that we've done, except for that we required cohort studies to be adjusted for confounders to have at least 1,000 participants. And so that was a slight change from prior. And just as a reminder, for this review, we only are including head-to-head TIM comparisons for the FDA-approved agents. But for pipeline drugs, we do allow placebo comparators. Here are the key questions for the update. The first was on comparative effectiveness of the various TIM agents. The second is on comparative harms. The third question was around variation in effectiveness or harms by subgroups. And the fourth one was to characterize ongoing studies for these two conditions. Very briefly, we use standard DURP methods, which are summarized here on this slide 8. Of note, our update search did go through August of 2021, and then we've been conducting active surveillance through March of this past year to identify any late breaking studies that we didn't pick up in our search. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip over the rest of the methods slides. They're there for your reference, but again, we use standard DURP methods. So we'll go right into the findings. So here's our study flow diagram. We screened just over 1,100 new citations, assessed 108 full text articles. We carried forward 33 studies from the previous report to end up in this update with 70 included articles that represent 51 unique studies. So some studies have 2 or 3 publications associated with them because they're either reporting on longer term outcomes in a subsequent publication, or they're reporting on subgroup findings or additional outcomes that weren't in the primary study publication. Here's an overview of the 51 unique studies that were included. As I mentioned, 18 are new for the update and 33 were previously included. In terms of study design, 40 were randomized trials, the other 11 were cohort studies. In terms of risk of bias, we rated 46 of the 51 as moderate risk of bias, and 5 we considered high risk of bias. In terms of condition, most of them are focused on plaque psoriasis, 42, only 9 were focused on psoriatic arthritis. And in terms of the comparators evaluated, 43 of these studies are head-to-head comparisons of TIM agents, and then 8 of them are comparisons of pipeline TIM agents. Within that group of 8, some of those are placebo-controlled comparisons, but some of them are head-to-head comparisons. So let me just quickly outline how the following slides are structured. I'm first going to start out by reviewing the evidence on the plaque psoriasis studies, and then I'll transition to the psoriatic arthritis studies. For each condition, I'm going to go through the comparative benefits, and if there is any evidence on variation by outcomes by subgroup, I'll cover that. But for the most part, there's not too much of that. Then I'll review comparative harms. I'm not going to go over comparative harms from observational studies in this presentation. All of that information is available in the full report. And then lastly, I'll quickly summarize the comparative benefits and harms for the pipeline drugs. And briefly, before we get into the results, I wanted to just point out some of the common outcomes used in this evidence base. So here at the top is the ACR, the American College of Rheumatology response. This is a measure of a multitude of symptoms or signs, and ACR 20, 50, and 70 represent a 20%, 50%, and 70% reduction in the ACR score, respectively. The Dermatology Life Quality Index is a measure of the impact of the skin condition on somebody's quality of life. A score of 0 or 1 basically is no impact on quality of life. The psoriasis area and severity index, or the PASI, 50, 75, 90, 100, again represent the respective reduction in the PASI score from baseline. So a PASI 90 or a PASI 100 is often sort of seen as a measure of disease remission. And then lastly, there's a global assessment measure. It goes by a couple different names depending on whether it's the physician doing or investigator doing the rating, or whether it's the patient themselves doing the rating, but a score of 0 or 1 represents disease remission. And then lastly, at the bottom is several abbreviations, common abbreviations that you'll see throughout the rest of the slides for your reference. So on to findings. First, we're going to start with comparative effectiveness from the trial evidence for plaque psoriasis. This slide is an evidence map showing the number of RCTs and their risk of bias and the specific comparisons that are represented in the body of evidence. So overall, there were 28 studies that represent 18 different head-to-head comparisons. So the studies that are bolded and have an asterisk, like this one here and this one here, are either studies that are new to the update or they have new data for this update. There are a couple things to note on this map, and first is that most of the possible pairwise comparisons don't actually have any RCTs to provide direct evidence, so there's a lot of empty white cells on this map. Second, the majority of trials are comparing TIM agents to either etanercept, so you see a lot of comparisons with etanercept here, or you see a lot of comparisons to ustekinumab here vertically. There are only 6 other pairwise comparisons other than that don't include etanercept, ustekinumab. For example, adalimumab versus guselkumab up here. There's 3 RCTs for that comparison. All of the studies were sponsored by industry and had extensive industry involvement in study design, execution, and reporting, which is why they were all downgraded to at least a moderate risk of bias. There was one study here, the study comparing etanercept and infliximab, that we did rate as high risk of bias because of insufficient blinding and switching of treatments that occurred during the study. And then lastly, I'll just note that all of these studies are enrolling participants with moderate to severe psoriasis, usually based on at least a 10% body surface area involvement and or a certain threshold of PASI score and a duration of at least 3 to 6 months. In addition, some of the studies also require participants to be naive to biological agents, but that's not always universally a criteria for enrollment. And then on the next series of slides, I'm going to quickly walk through the evidence for each of these comparisons, but I am going to spend more time on the comparisons that are new for this update, and I'm going to go a little bit faster on the comparisons that are not new. And then I'll circle back with a summary slide for the 18 comparisons. So let me just orient you to the setup here for all these results slides. In this green box at the top is the TIM agents that are being compared and the number of studies and the number of participants in those comparisons. So here we have a study comparing apremilast to etanercept that had 166 participants. The bullets down below in the box are describe the outcome types that we evaluated with grade for certainty of evidence. I note that the full report often includes other outcomes that may have been reported by the study, but for this presentation, I'm only including the outcomes that we graded certainty of evidence for. So in this example, we graded disease remission and quality of life. And below the outcome domain is a summary of what was found, what measure was used, and over the time frame over which it was measured. So in this example, the study reported no difference in disease remission as measured by the PASI 75 at 16 weeks of follow-up. The study also reported no difference in change in the Dermatology Life Quality Index, DLQI, again at 16 weeks. And we graded both of those findings as low certainty of evidence. So for, again, the sake of clarity and time, I'm really only going to go through the findings that are new in this update, and I'm not really going to go through the rationale for the grade ratings, but all of that information is available in the full report. What I can say is that in general, over the entire body of evidence, the grade ratings were downgraded from high to either moderate or low when that happened, usually for imprecision, which, as you know, is a function of the study sample size. Downgrading for other reasons like inconsistency or risk of bias was rather infrequent. So on the bottom panel of the slide is includes a comparison between brodalumab and ustekinumab, for which we had before, but this update we identified new data for quality of life and new longer term data for disease remission. So in the two RCTs that had over a total of 3,000 participants, brodalumab was more effective at both the 12-week and the 52-week follow-up points as measured by the PASI 100 measure. We saw absolute risk differences of between 18 and 22 percentage points between the two drugs for the PASI 100, and for quality of life, we saw absolute risk differences between 14 and 15 percentage points for the DLQI. And we graded both of those findings as high certainty of evidence. We identified a new comparison with one new study for certolizumab versus etanercept. This was one RCT of 502 participants. The study looked at two doses for certolizumab, 400 milligram and a 200 milligram, and it reported that the 400 milligram dose was more effective than etanercept as based on the PASI 75. The risk ratio there was 1.2, and this was at 12 weeks of follow-up, but there was no statistical difference between the 200 milligram dosage and etanercept at that same follow-up point. So we graded the certainty of evidence for this finding as moderate. We did not identify any new data or studies for the two comparisons that are on this slide, etanercept versus infliximab and etanercept versus ixekizumab. For both comparisons, etanercept was less effective than either drug as measured by the PASI 75, and it was also less effective than ixekizumab for improving quality of life. However, our certainty for the infliximab comparisons was very low, and you can see this was a very small study, so the findings were quite imprecise. We also did not identify any new studies or data for the comparison listed on this slide, etanercept versus secukinumab. In summary, etanercept here was less effective for achieving disease remission and improving quality of life as compared with secukinumab. And as you can see, our certainty for these outcomes was high and moderate, respectively. We didn't identify any new data or studies comparing etanercept with tofacitinib for disease remission, clinical improvement, and quality of life outcomes. Etanercept was more effective than a 5 milligram dose of tofacitinib, but was no different compared to a 10 milligram dose, and all of these outcomes were rated as moderate certainty. We didn't identify any new data or studies for either of the two comparisons on this slide either. In summary, etanercept was less effective for disease remission compared to ustekinumab at 12 weeks, and that was low certainty of evidence. And in the bottom panel, guselkumab was more effective than adalimumab for achieving disease remission and improving quality of life over 16 weeks. And this was based on high and moderate certainty evidence, respectively. We did identify some new data. Specifically, it was a new subgroup analysis for one study that was previously included comparing guselkumab with secukinumab. In the RCT for this comparison, guselkumab was more effective than secukinumab at 48 weeks, but was non-inferior at a combined endpoint of 12 and 48 weeks. And had a numerically lower response at 12 weeks, but there was no statistical testing performed for that based on the statistical analysis plan designed for that study. So that's not the new data that was in the previous report. What is new is this subgroup analysis here at the bottom of the panel that was based on where they looked at age, weight, body mass index, severity of disease, body area affected by psoriasis, and prior medication use. They looked at each of these factors to see if there was variation in effectiveness. And what they found was across all of these various subgroups, guselkumab remained superior in all compared to secukinumab across all the subgroups within these factors that they evaluated. We identified two new comparisons, each having one study each, as shown on the slide. So the first one in the upper panel here was a new study comparing ixekizumab with guselkumab. It was evaluated in one RCT with over 1,000 participants. In this study, ixekizumab was more effective at 12 weeks as measured by the PASI 100. The relative risk was 1.7 for achieving a PASI 100 score, but there was no difference at 24 weeks. The relative risk was 0.96 and the confidence interval included 1, so no statistical difference at 24 weeks. Authors observed similar findings for the quality of life measure, which was a DLQI score of 0 or 1, so superior at 12 weeks, but no difference at 24 weeks. And we rated both of those outcomes as moderate certainty. In the lower panel was an RCT comparing ixekizumab with secukinumab. It had 54 participants, so quite small. This study enrolled participants specifically with genital psoriasis. And they found no difference in disease remission at 24 weeks as measured by a patient's global assessment. And then they also saw no difference in clinical improvement as measured by the genital psoriasis severity score at 24 weeks. And we rated both of these outcomes as moderate certainty. We identified new data for a previously included study that compared ixekizumab with ustekinumab that provided longer-term outcomes and additional quality of life outcomes and outcomes that were specific to nail psoriasis severity. So ixekizumab was more effective at achieving disease remission and improvements in quality of life at 12, 24, and 52 weeks follow-up. And we rated this evidence as moderate certainty. In the new articles that we identified, ixekizumab was also more effective in achieving disease remission, specifically of nail psoriasis among those participants who had nail involvement at baseline. We didn't identify any new studies or data for the comparison of risankizumab to adalimumab. As you can see from this slide, which is slide 27, that risankizumab was more effective at achieving disease remission and improving quality of life. And those outcomes we graded as having moderate certainty of evidence. We identified one new study for a new comparison of risankizumab and secukinumab. This was an RCT of 327 participants and found that risankizumab was more effective for achieving disease remission as measured by a PASI 90 score. The absolute risk difference between the two drugs was 8.2 percentage points at 16 weeks. And at 52 weeks, it was even larger. It was 29.8 percentage points. And we rated this evidence as moderate certainty. We identified some new data for a previously included comparison of risankizumab and ustekinumab. Previously, we had reported that risankizumab was more effective for achieving disease remission at 12 and 16 weeks. The new article provides consistent results at 52 weeks for its superiority, and it also provided data on quality of life outcomes, specifically for the DLQI response and the proportion achieving a minimally clinical important difference on the EuroQol 5D measure, which is a measure of health utility. The two quality of life measures were consistent in demonstrating that risankizumab was more effective, and we graded both the disease remission and the quality of life outcomes as having high certainty of evidence. We also identified some new data for the comparison between secukinumab and ustekinumab. Previously, we had reported that secukinumab was superior to ustekinumab for disease remission and quality of life at 16 weeks. And one of the two RCTs had also reported at 52 weeks. The new data that we identified provided data for the 52 weeks for the other RCTs. So now we have 52-week data from both RCTs, and the findings are consistent in that in terms of secukinumab being superior early on, like at 16 weeks, but really for disease remission, no difference. Also superior at 52 weeks for both disease remission and quality of life. So now both RCTs have those 1-year outcomes suggesting superiority. We identified new data for previously included comparison for tildrakizumab and etanercept. Specifically, it was a new subgroup analysis, and what we had reported before was that etanercept was less effective at both 12 and 28 weeks compared to tildrakizumab for achieving disease remission and improving quality of life. In the new data subgroup analysis, authors analyzed outcomes within subgroups defined by metabolic syndrome status, so either people with metabolic syndrome or people without, and they found no difference in effectiveness of this comparison between people with metabolic syndrome or people without. So tildrakizumab was more effective than etanercept, regardless of whether participants had metabolic syndrome. So that it sums up the comparative effectiveness. Now I'm going to briefly go through the comparative harms for plaque psoriasis, and this is a shorter number of slides because there's not that much to say for comparative harms. So overall, all of the RCTs that I just went through that were included for key question 1 on comparative effectiveness also reported comparative harms. The focus of the next few slides is really just on comparisons from studies where there was a statistically significant difference in either adverse events overall or in serious adverse events, and that our certainty of evidence was at least low. So we did not identify any new data on harms for the existing comparisons that were already included in the previous report. So none of the new data, all the new data for previously included studies was around effectiveness. There was no new harm data for previously included studies. And then secondly, none of the newly identified studies that are new for this update reported any significant differences in adverse events or serious adverse events. There were 10 cohort studies that we identified that also did report harms, and 6 of those studies are new to this update. Any significant differences from that body of evidence, we ended up rating as very low certainty. And so those are available in the full report. There's a lot of comparisons. So for the sake of time, we're not including them in the presentation, but those are available in the full report if you are interested. So again, these findings that I'm going to go through right now are not new for this update. These are were all previously presented, so I'm going to go through them kind of fast. But basically, in one RCT comparing apremilast to etanercept, there was a lower incidence of AEs for apremilast. The relative risk was 0.75, and you can see it's a fairly wide confidence interval. In one of the 3 studies that compared risankizumab to ustekinumab, there was a lower incidence of AEs observed for risankizumab during weeks 17 to 52 in one of the 3 studies. There was no significant differences in the other 2 studies. And then for serious adverse events, there was a lower incidence for risankizumab during weeks 1 to 16 in one study, but there was no significant differences in the other 2 studies. Some studies choose to report their adverse event data by time period, so it's a little funky to try to sort of make a bottom line conclusion, but this is what the studies reported. Okay, the only other comparison with any significant differences in adverse events is depicted here for the tildrakizumab versus etanercept comparison. There was a lower incidence for the 100 milligram dosage of tildrakizumab during weeks 1 to 12 and during weeks 13 to 28. There was also a lower incidence for tildrakizumab for the 200 milligram dosage, but only during the second time period, the week 13 to 28 time period. All right, so here's a slide that completely summarizes the comparative benefits and harms for the 18 comparisons in this update regarding plaque psoriasis that I just went through. As a reminder over here, these are all the comparisons. The ones that are bolded, and it might be a little bit hard to see on the slides, but the ones that are bolded are comparisons that either are new to this update or have new data in this update. The certainty of evidence is represented by the circles here in the cells. So 4 circles means high certainty of evidence, 3 circles means moderate, 2 circles means low, and 1 circle means very low. And then the color of the cell, a green color means that the first, so for example, up here, this brodalumab versus ustekinumab, the green color means that the first TIM listed is favored or is more effective for a benefit outcome, or for a harm outcome, it means the first TIM has fewer harms. So green means the first TIM is favored, red means the second TIM is favored that's listed, and the yellow means there was no difference between the 2 agents. So that's the overall scheme for this graphic. Overall, what I'll point out to you is you can see there's very few differences in harms between the TIM agents. Most of these boxes are yellow. For benefits, you can see some patterns emerge. For example, if you just look at things that are based on moderate or high certainty of evidence, etanercept, which is the studies are located here. There's a lot of red here, which means that etanercept is generally seems less effective than at least 5 of the comparator agents. So certolizumab, ixekizumab, secukinumab, tildrakizumab, and ustekinumab. So etanercept is worse than those agents, and the only thing it's more effective than is tofacitinib, and that's really just the lower dose of tofacitinib, the 5 milligram dose. The other pattern that sort of emerges from this is that there looks to be about 4 agents that are more effective than ustekinumab, specifically brodalumab, which is up here, ixekizumab, which is in this row right here, risankizumab, which is down here, and secukinumab, which is here. So ustekinumab is less effective than those 4 agents. There are really not enough other direct comparisons of most of the other drugs to sort of make a grand pattern. So etanercept and ustekinumab are the only drugs where there's enough other comparisons to other drugs to sort of come up with sort of a bottom line, I think, interpretation. Okay, really quickly, this is a one-slide summary of the pipeline treatments for plaque psoriasis. We identified 7 trials. 4 of them are new to this update. 3 of those are head-to-head comparisons. So you can see there's 3 head-to-head comparisons of bimekizumab. There's 4 studies that are placebo-controlled comparisons of bimekizumab. And then there's 1 placebo-controlled study of deucravacitinib, which was included in the previous report. So that's not new. One of these studies, and I can't remember which one, was both a head-to-head comparison, had 3 arms. So it had a placebo arm, bimekizumab, and then an active comparator. And that's why you see actually 8 studies listed here in the table when only 7 are included. It's because one of them was a 3-arm study. Overall, both pipeline agents were more effective with respect to disease remission and clinical improvement and quality of life. But if you look at the placebo-controlled studies, they also had more adverse events than placebo. Bimekizumab appears to be more effective for disease remission and quality of life compared to the 3 active agents. And there was no difference in AEs or serious adverse events for those head-to-head comparisons. All right, I'm going to move on to psoriatic arthritis. It's a little bit it's shorter than plaque psoriasis, so hopefully everybody's still with me. Here's the evidence map. So there's a total of 7 RCTs. The 3 studies that are bolded and have an asterisk are ones that are new to this update or have new data. 2 of the studies were high risk of bias, 5 were moderate risk of bias. And as you can see from the evidence map, 6 of the studies are basically comparisons to adalimumab. The 7th study compares ustekinumab to TNF-alpha inhibitors. The comparisons here, the TNF-alpha comparisons, were selected by participants. And their providers. So this was not a blinded study, which is one reason it's high risk of bias. The other study that was high risk of bias up here was not well described. It also allowed for dose adjustments of infliximab during the trial. So that was another reason we evaluated that as high risk of bias. So we'll go through each of the comparisons now in this body of evidence. So for this comparison, adalimumab versus etanercept versus infliximab, so there's 3 arms here. There was no new studies or data identified for this comparison. In this study, there was no statistical significance testing done, and a numerically similar response on the ACR20 was seen across the 3 agents. And so we ended up grading this evidence as very low certainty. Also not a new comparison for this update, and also this is a study that did not report statistical testing. So this is an adalimumab versus tofacitinib. It would appear that the higher dose of tofacitinib, the 10 milligram dose, is more effective than adalimumab, but there's no difference with the 5 milligram dose, at least for clinical improvement and skin remission, and probably no differences at all for quality of life. And we graded all 3 of these outcomes as low certainty. Again, this is not a new data or a new study for the update. This was in the previous report. We did identify 1 new study for the comparison of ixekizumab and adalimumab for the update. There were 2 trials here. One of them enrolled 417 participants, but didn't do any statistical testing on the comparisons we were interested in, since the primary study aim was to compare ixekizumab to placebo. As far as the arthritis clinical improvement goes, at 24 weeks, there were minor numerical differences in the ACR20 response. You can see the ixekizumab every 2-week dose group had a response of 62%. The dose group that was every 4 weeks had a numerical response of 58%, and the adalimumab group had a response of 57%. Again, there was no statistical testing done. In the other study, the relative risk for ACR20 response was 0.96, and the confidence interval did include the null result. In terms of skin disease remission, ixekizumab was more effective than adalimumab in both studies, and we rated this evidence as moderate certainty. So the bottom line here was Probably no difference in arthritis symptoms, but more improvement with ixekizumab on skin disease. This comparison, secukinumab and adalimumab, is new for this update. We identified one RCT for this comparison. There was no difference in the ACR20 at 52 weeks between the two agents. And in terms of skin disease, there was secukinumab was more effective in terms of the PASI 90 measure. The relative risk was 1.5. So again, sort of similar story, no difference in arthritis symptoms, but more improvement in skin disease with secukinumab compared to adalimumab. This comparison was also new for this update. It compared upadacitinib with adalimumab. At 12 weeks, a larger proportion of people taking the 30 milligram dose of upadacitinib showed improvement in arthritis. Actually, I think there's a typo on the slide. It says no difference for either the 15 or 30 milligram doses, but there was a small difference for the 30 milligram doses. The relative risk was 1.2 with a lower confidence bound of 1.1. So no difference with the 15 milligram dosage though. There was similar findings in the quality of life as measured by the HAQ-DI quality of life measure at 12 weeks. So for both doses, upadacitinib had a higher improvement in quality of life compared to adalimumab. There was no different, and that was for both the 15 and the 30 milligram difference. And this is the last comparison. It's not new for this update. Briefly, this was a small trial, 47 participants, all of whom had active enthesitis, which is a narrow subset of the population of people with psoriatic arthritis. And it compared ustekinumab with various TNF-alpha inhibitors. We graded this evidence as very low certainty for ustekinumab being more effective for enthesitis remission and for skin disease remission, but no difference for arthritis remission. And similarly, no difference, the ustekinumab was slightly more effective as measured by the SF36 PCS physical component score, but no difference measured in the mental component score. And that, again, is also very low certainty of evidence. All right, moving on to comparative harms. So 6 of the 7 RCTs included for psoriatic arthritis also reported comparative harms. We did not identify any new data on harms for previously included comparisons. One of the newly identified studies did report on a significant difference in AEs or SAEs, and I'll cover that on the next slide. And there was only one cohort study. It's not new to this update. It reported significantly higher risk of tuberculosis with infliximab compared with etanercept or adalimumab, and that has very low certainty of evidence. So again, this is the only significant difference in AEs or SAEs that we identified. It was from a new study comparing upadacitinib to adalimumab. It did report a higher incidence of adverse events with the 30 milligram dosage. You can see the relative risk just barely excludes the null effect. There was no difference in serious adverse events between these two agents, and there was no difference in adverse events or serious adverse events, for that matter, in the 15 milligram dosage. So the higher dosage did have a slightly higher incidence of adverse events. So here's a summary of the RCT evidence for benefits and harms for psoriatic arthritis. Again, the studies that are bolded here are the new studies or new data for this update. As you can see, it's a bit of a mixed picture for the comparisons with at least low certainty of evidence, which is everything in these middle rows, basically, excluding the top and the bottom row. You can see that compared to adalimumab, ixekizumab, and secukinumab are more effective at improving skin disease, but there's really no difference for improving arthritis symptoms, and there's no difference in adverse events. Upadacitinib does seem to be more effective than adalimumab at improving both arthritis and improving skin disease. However, it does have more adverse events compared to adalimumab. All right, here's the one slide summarizing the pipeline treatments for psoriatic arthritis. So we identified only one study comparing bimekizumab to placebo. As you can see, bimekizumab was more effective for clinical improvement in quality of life compared to placebo, and there was no difference in adverse events. Lastly, during surveillance, after we completed the report, we identified a late-breaking phase 2 study comparing various doses of deucravacitinib with placebo. Those results were too late to be incorporated into the report in our presentation. The bottom line summary is that deucravacitinib was more effective than placebo for improving arthritis, but it had more side effects. And so that study will get incorporated into the next update of this topic. So that pretty much covers the waterfront for TIMS for psoriasis. Just a few limitations of our review for and overall the evidence base. So as you know, as you can tell, for some comparisons, we still have a lot of direct evidence lacking for head-to-head comparisons. And we don't really have much data beyond a year for most drugs. And for some drugs, we don't have much data beyond 12 to 16 weeks. Manufacturers sponsored nearly all of the trials. Studies are not powered for harm outcomes, so they're often limited to be able to detect differences, particularly in serious adverse events. And limitation of the cohort studies is that some of them use claims data, which may not be entirely valid for some types of harm outcomes. And as a reminder, this review did not include trials shorter than 12 weeks, cohort studies smaller than 1,000 participants, data from conferences, abstracts, or press releases, and studies published in languages other than English. Real quick summary of ongoing studies. So these are studies that have registry entry in clinicaltrials.gov. As of February of this past year, we identified 17 studies of these TIM agents for these conditions, and 12 are trials, 5 are observational. Half are in plaque psoriasis, half are in psoriatic arthritis, of the trials, that is. And almost nearly all are sponsored by the drug manufacturers. So in conclusion, the largest body of comparative direct evidence is for etanercept and ustekinumab compared to other TIM agents. For clinical improvement or disease remission outcomes, etanercept is less effective than ixekizumab, secukinumab, tildrakizumab, certolizumab, ustekinumab. So these are comparisons that have at least moderate or high certainty. Ustekinumab is less effective than brodalumab, risankizumab, secukinumab, and ixekizumab. And again, these are the comparisons that have at least moderate or high certainty. For other TIM comparisons, other than that include etanercept or ustekinumab, there's sort of these, they're not random, but they're sort of idiosyncratic comparisons, because we can't really come up with a solid pattern here. But basically, adalimumab is less effective than guselkumab, and it also seems less effective than risankizumab. Guselkumab is more effective than secukinumab for maintenance therapy, but less effective than ixekizumab. And then finally, secukinumab is less effective than risankizumab, but is not different compared to ixekizumab. There are few differences in harms among the TIM agents, but most of that evidence is based on very low to moderate quality evidence. And for psoriatic arthritis, conclusions: limited head-to-head comparisons available, much more limited than for plaque psoriasis. Upadacitinib may be more effective than adalimumab for improvement in arthritis and in skin disease, and that is a moderate certainty of evidence. Ixekizumab and secukinumab are no different than adalimumab for improvement in arthritis, but are more effective for improving skin disease. And that was my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions from anybody at this point.
I don't think we have any questions. So with that, then we'll move on to our stakeholder input. And first up on the list is Nathan Blake of ADV. We will give each speaker 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Nathan Blake with AbbVie Medical Affairs. I really want to provide the committee with a couple of updates today regarding a few AbbVie products. So you'll hear from me throughout the meeting. As it relates to TIMS for psoriatic arthritis, I'll start with upadacitinib with the brand name Rinvoq, which is an oral JAK inhibitor that was just reviewed. Has several new indications over the past year, one of which is in adults with active psoriatic arthritis who have an inadequate response or intolerance to one or more TNF blockers at a dose of 15 milligrams once daily. Additionally, risankizumab with the brand name Skyrizi, which is an interleukin-23 antagonist, is also indicated for the treatment of active psoriatic arthritis in adults. Risankizumab is dosed similarly to or for psoriatic arthritis as it is for plaque psoriasis, with 150 milligrams administered subcutaneous injections at week 0, week 4, and every 12 weeks thereafter. I encourage you to read the full prescribing information for more details on the use, dosing, efficacy, and safety of upadacitinib and risankizumab. However, I'm available today if you guys have questions on these products. I'd like to ask the committee to maintain formulary status for both upadacitinib and risankizumab and add the new psoriatic arthritis indications for these products. I appreciate the time today.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Shirley Buyen-Quach from Novartis Pharma. After that, we'll have Carrie Johnson from Amgen. Shirley, if you're ready.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, good morning. My name is Shirley Quach, and I am a population health MSL with Novartis Pharma. I just want to first thank you for the thorough and thoughtful review for the TIMS class and for this opportunity to provide some updates regarding Cosentyx. Cosentyx is the first and only fully human interleukin-17 inhibitor that's indicated for plaque psoriasis, psoriatic arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, non-radiographic axial spondyloarthritis, and in May 2021, approved for pediatric psoriasis, age 6 and up, and more recently for December 2021 for juvenile idiopathic arthritis that includes age 4 and up enthesitis-related arthritis, and age 2 and up for juvenile psoriatic arthritis, JPSA. Cosentyx fills an unmet need for underserved pediatric populations. It's now the first biologic indicated for ERA and the only biologic treatment approved for both ERA and PSA in pediatric patients in the US. To date, Cosentyx has been prescribed to over 500,000 patients worldwide since launch in 2015, with more than 5 years of consistent long-term efficacy and safety data, over 100 clinical studies, and a comprehensive head-to-head clinical trial program. ERA and JPSA are subtypes of juvenile idiopathic arthritis, which are autoimmune diseases. And the approval is based on the phase 3 Junipero study, a 2-year double-blind randomized placebo-controlled trial that enrolled 86 children and adolescents aged 2 to 18 years old with ERA or JPSA. The study met its primary endpoint by demonstrating that patients treated with Cosentyx had longer time to flare versus placebo. Safety in this pediatric population was consistent with the known safety profile of Cosentyx when treating of plaque psoriasis, PSA, NR-AXPA, and AS. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me. Thank you.
I'm just giving some time for if anybody has any questions. But if not, next up will be Carrie Johnson of Amgen.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Carrie.
All right, great, thanks. My name is Carrie Johnson, and I'm a pharmacist with Amgen Medical Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Otezla, or apremilast. Apremilast was FDA approved in 2014 and is indicated for treatment of adult patients with active psoriatic arthritis treatment of adult patients with plaque psoriasis who are candidates for phototherapy or systemic therapy, and the treatment of adult patients with oral ulcers associated with Behçet's disease. Please see the full prescribing information at amgen.com for further information. A few important reminders, then a couple of updates. Apremilast is not a biologic, and recent published guidelines separated out from biologics, the AAD guidelines for psoriasis and the ACR psoriatic arthritis guidelines. Apremilast is an orally administered small molecule that works intracellularly to inhibit phosphodiesterase 4, reduces the immune cells' production of pro-inflammatory cytokines and increases production of anti-inflammatory cytokines. It works intracellular to modulate the future production of cytokines, so a unique mechanism of action. Importantly, apremilast has no black box warnings and no requirement for laboratory monitoring or pre-medication screening. Additionally, there are no warnings or precautions related to infection or malignancy. As an oral small molecule, it does not induce the production of antidrug antibodies either. A couple of updates. Most recent update, as of December 2021, Otezla is now the first and only oral treatment approved in adult patients with plaque psoriasis across all severities, including mild, moderate, and severe psoriasis. The FDA approval is based on the findings from the phase 3 ADVANCE trial, in which 5 times as many adults with mild to moderate plaque psoriasis receiving oral Otezla 30 milligrams twice daily achieved the primary endpoint of static physician's global assessment response at week 16 compared to placebo, a difference that was statistically significant, 21% versus 4%. Otezla also demonstrated statistically significant improvements in key symptoms such as whole body itch, difficult to treat areas, the scalp as measured by scalp physician's global assessment response at week 16 compared to placebo. An additional label update occurred in 2020. Scalp psoriasis occurs in over 90% of psoriasis patients at some point in their disease and is considered a difficult to treat area. In the phase 3 study, apremilast demonstrated significantly greater improvements in scalp psoriasis, scalp and whole body itch, and quality of life versus placebo at week 16, with improvements continuing out to 32 weeks. These data are fully published and were added to the label in April of 2020. Additionally, third update, long-term data are published out to 5 years in psoriatic arthritis. These data show no increase in incidence or severity of adverse events and no new safety signals over time. In summary, apremilast is not a biologic and is placed in a separate category in recent guidelines. Apremilast does not have a black box warning and no requirement for medication pre-screening or laboratory monitoring. And as an oral small molecule, apremilast does not induce the production of antidrug antibodies. And as of December 2021, Otezla is now the first and only oral treatment approved in adult patients with plaque psoriasis across all severities, including mild, moderate, and severe. Please consider moving apremilast to a preferred position on the PDL as an oral, non-biologic option for adult patients with active psoriatic arthritis, plaque psoriasis, or adult patients with oral ulcers associated with Behçet's disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So I'll just kind of check with Lisa, make sure we don't have any other stakeholders for today. And also Layla is going to have to go from my understanding. So just one more opportunity if the panel has any questions. This will be maybe your last chance.
This is Lita. I don't see any other stakeholder hands raised.
Okay, with that then, thank you again, Layla. And we will have our other presentation on our immune modulators as well, with Gerald presenting on that. I think we're ready for that at this time, if you're ready, Gerald.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks again. My name is Gerald Catlina from RTI International, and my presentation today will summarize the update of the report on targeted immune modulators for rheumatoid arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis. Next slide, please. This slide just provides an overview of today's presentation. I will briefly talk about background, key questions, and methods, but spend most of the time on findings. And I will end the presentation with a brief discussion of the results. Next slide. So in the slide set, we use several abbreviations. They're all defined here on this slide. And they also cover frequently used outcome measures. And I would like to point out one of these outcome measures, and that is the American College of Rheumatology response, or ACR response. It is probably the most commonly outcome measures in the studies that we found. And it is a composite measure of several items, including number of swollen and tender joints, patients' global assessment, physicians' global assessment, and several others. And an ACR 20 response means a 20% improvement in measures, and ACR 50 and 70 response means a 50%, 70% improvement. In the report and in the presentation, we considered ACR 20 and ACR 50 responses as clinical improvement, and ACR 70 response as disease remission. Next slide. And next slide. So our report focused on two conditions, namely rheumatoid arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis. Rheumatoid arthritis is a chronic inflammatory autoimmune disease of the synovial tissues that progressively erodes cartilage and bone, and that can lead to a destruction of the joints and ultimately to disability. Ankylosing spondylitis is a chronic inflammatory arthritis of the axial skeleton with a prominent involvement of the spine and the sacroiliac joints. And as you've probably already heard from Leila, targeted immune modulators are a class of biologic drugs that work by selectively blocking mechanisms involved in the inflammatory and immune responses of the body. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the different TIM agents that we included in this update. We included 15 agents plus 3 pipeline drugs. Sorry. The agents in blue boxes are approved for use in both rheumatoid arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis. The agents in green boxes are approved for only rheumatoid arthritis. And one agent, secukinumab, in the yellow box is approved only for ankylosing spondylitis. The white boxes show the pipeline drugs. For this update, we excluded studies assessing filgotinib because the producer of filgotinib withdrew the drug application from the FDA. It was still part of the previous report. Next slide. This slide presents our PICOs and study selection criteria. The populations of interest were adults with rheumatoid arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis. We considered any TIM agent that is FDA approved or is in the pipeline for approval for these two conditions. For comparators, we selected other TIM agents, and for pipeline drugs, we also included placebo or standard of care. For outcomes, we were interested in health outcomes such as remission, clinical improvement, quality of life, but also adverse events and serious adverse events. And for study designs, we selected randomized controlled trials of 12 weeks or longer duration. And in addition, for harms, we also included cohort studies, large cohort studies. Next slide. So for the cohort studies, we adjusted the inclusion criteria for this update to focus on larger and more reliable cohort studies. Specifically, we increased the minimum number of participants to 10,000, and we required that results had to be adjusted for confounders and provided direct statistical comparisons. Next slide. Our report addressed 4 key questions. Key question 1 was about the comparative effectiveness of the TIM agents. Key question 2 about the comparative harms. Key question 3 addressed differences in subgroups. And key question 4 then focused on ongoing studies. Next slide. Just very briefly on the methods, next slide. So in general, our methods followed standard DUR methods and are presented in more detail in the report. For this update, we searched electronic databases from January 1st, 2019 through July 22nd, 2021. Next slide. And just as a reminder, although Leila probably showed you a similar slide, the DURP assessment of risk of bias results are ratings of low, moderate, and high risk of bias. And you can see on the slide the definitions of these risk of bias ratings. Next slide. And also Leila probably talked about this. We used GRADE to rate the certainty of evidence, the certainty of a body of evidence. And for this review, we rated 5 outcomes, and these were disease remission, clinical improvement, quality of life, adverse events, and serious adverse events. And the slide also suggests how each grade rating can be interpreted with respect to the confidence in the findings. Next slide. So now let's start with the findings. Next slide. So for this update, we screened more than 1,500 abstracts, and we included 9 new studies. We carried forward 74 studies from the previous report, and because of the changes in inclusion criteria for cohort studies that I mentioned before, we excluded 19 small cohort studies, which were still part of the prior report. Next slide. So overall, the report now includes 60 studies, 56 studies address populations with rheumatoid arthritis, and 2 studies address ankylosing spondylitis, and 2 additional studies have mixed populations. Next slide. So now findings for rheumatoid arthritis. Next slide. Before I start with the detailed findings, let me just quickly outline how we structure the results for rheumatoid arthritis in the slide set. I will start out with first-line treatments and then move on to second-line treatments for rheumatoid arthritis. And then I will follow with the pipeline drugs and a summary of harms from observational studies. Within first and second-line treatments, we structured findings in 3 parts. First are comparisons with no significant differences in benefits and harms. Then second, comparisons with some significant differences. And third, comparisons with mixed findings regarding differences in benefits and harms. And I will present a new evidence from this update with more detail than evidence that was already part of the previous report, because we do have 60 studies. Next slide. So rheumatoid arthritis and comparative effectiveness as first-line treatments. Next slide. This slide is an evidence map showing the number of RCTs for specific comparisons and their methodological quality. New RCTs added for this update have a blue frame. For first-line treatments, we now include 19 RCTs in total, representing 15 different head-to-head comparisons and 2 comparisons of combination treatments. There are several things to note on this map. First, most of the possible comparisons do not have any RCT to provide direct evidence. And second, the majority of trials are comparing TIM agents to adalimumab. All studies were sponsored by the industry and had extensive industry involvement, which is why all were downgraded to moderate risk of bias. Next slide. So I'm starting with first-line treatments for which studies show similar benefits and harms. And based on a single study that we included already for the previous report, benefits and risk of adverse events were similar between abatacept and adalimumab. The certainty of evidence for the beneficial outcomes is low, for risk of harms low or very low for serious adverse events. Next slide. Likewise, a large study found no significant differences between adalimumab and certolizumab pegol. The certainty of evidence was high except for serious adverse events. Next slide. Also, no significant differences between adalimumab versus etanercept, although this comparison is based on a small study and the certainty of evidence here is very low. Next slide. Furthermore, 3 RCTs found no statistically significant differences between adalimumab and tofacitinib. The certainty of evidence was high. For this comparison, we added 1 new publication for this update, which assessed differences in functional capacity. The new evidence here is shown in the blue frame, and there were no statistically significant differences in functional capacity between adalimumab and tofacitinib. Next slide. Based on 1 small RCT and very low certainty of evidence, there were similar benefits and harms between etanercept and infliximab, and 2 RCTs found no significant differences between etanercept and tocilizumab. Clinical improvement was rated as very low because it was only assessed by a small RCT. The larger of the 2 trials assessed serious adverse events during 4 years of treatment. Next slide. A comparison that is new for this update is between abatacept and certolizumab pegol. We added 1 new RCT with 407 participants, and after 24 weeks, clinical improvements and remission rates were similar between the 2 treatment groups. And likewise, proportions of participants with overall adverse events and serious adverse events were also similar. We rated the certainty of evidence as moderate for most of these outcomes. Next slide. The second new comparison for this update was between anakinra and TNF-alpha inhibitors as a class. This was a very small RCT with only 39 participants, and there were no significant differences in clinical improvement, remission, and risk for serious adverse events. But findings favored anakinra over TNF-alpha inhibitors. However, because this was a very small study, the certainty of evidence for all of these outcomes was very low. Next slide. So now let's move on to comparisons for which the evidence shows some significant differences in benefits or harms. For abatacept versus infliximab, efficacy outcomes were similar, but abatacept had a significantly lower risk for serious adverse events than infliximab. So it was 5% versus 12%. And the strength of evidence here for this comparison was low. Next slide. For the comparison of adalimumab versus sarilumab, 1 RCT reported significantly greater improvements in efficacy outcomes for sarilumab. For example, clinical improvement was 30% for adalimumab, but 46% for sarilumab. And likewise, remission and quality of life were significantly higher for sarilumab. The certainty of evidence was moderate or low. Next slide. And likewise, adalimumab was less efficacious than tocilizumab, but the risks for adverse and serious adverse events were similar. So for example, 28% of participants treated with adalimumab achieved clinical improvement compared with 47% in the tocilizumab group. The certainty of evidence was low. Next slide. Adalimumab was also less efficacious than upadacitinib, based on a large, well-conducted trial from the previous report. Clinical improvement, remission, and functional capacity were significantly better with upadacitinib than adalimumab treatment. And we rated the certainty of evidence as high. The incidence of adverse events, however, was similar between the two treatment groups. Next slide. Combination treatments as first-line treatments did not add any clinical benefit compared with monotherapy. So we found two RCTs that looked at etanercept as monotherapy versus etanercept plus anakinra, or etanercept as monotherapy versus etanercept plus abatacept. So benefits were similar, but the proportion of serious adverse events was significantly increased with the combination treatment of the two targeted immune modulators. The risk of serious adverse events, for example, was 3% for monotherapy and 11% for combination treatment. Next slide. For this update, we added one new study comparing abatacept with tocilizumab. The trial included 392 participants. Efficacy outcomes such as clinical improvement, remission, were similar between the two treatment groups, but participants in the abatacept group had a significantly lower risk of adverse events than participants in the tocilizumab group. So it was 80% versus 95%. The risk for serious adverse events, however, was similar again. We rated the certainty of evidence as moderate or low. Next slide. Another new study for this update compared certolizumab pegol with tocilizumab. It enrolled 391 participants, and here again, efficacy outcomes were similar between treatment groups, but tocilizumab led to a higher risk of overall adverse events than certolizumab pegol. Next slide. And finally, one study which was already part of the previous report provided mixed findings regarding benefits and harms comparing adalimumab with baricitinib. Baricitinib was more efficacious than adalimumab, but it also had a higher risk for serious adverse events than adalimumab. Next slide. And so this slide summarizes all of this information that you've just heard. So the first column that you can see on this slide shows the comparisons. The other columns present outcomes that we graded. And the light brown color indicates no significant differences between treatments. The red color indicates results that favor the first drug. The green color indicates results that favors the second drug. So just to give you an overall impression again of the first line treatments for which we found evidence. Next slide. So I'm now moving on to second line treatments. Next slide. And this slide again shows an evidence map for second line treatments. And as you can see, there are even fewer comparisons than for first line treatments. We included 9 RCTs on 7 comparisons. 2 studies assessed combination treatments compared with monotherapy. Next slide. We found 4 comparisons for which studies showed no significant differences in efficacy and harms. 2 of them are abatacept versus TNF-alpha inhibitors as a class, and the other one is abatacept compared with rituximab. Both comparisons are from the previous report. The certainty of evidence varies by outcomes between high and very low. Next slide. The previous report also included one study comparing tocilizumab versus sarilumab. This trial, however, did not assess efficacy outcomes, but focused on adverse events only, and adverse events were similar between the two treatment groups. Next slide. Combining two TIMs as a second-line treatment showed basically a similar picture as combination treatments for first-line treatments. The combination did not lead to greater efficacy, but caused a higher risk for adverse events. Next slide. For this update, we included one new RCT which provided data on rituximab versus tocilizumab. This trial included 164 participants and reported similar clinical improvements after 16 weeks. The study did not provide any information on any outcomes of interest, unfortunately, and we rated the certainty of evidence as very low because of high risk of bias and imprecision. Next slide. The previous report included data on 3 comparisons with some significant differences. Abatacept versus tocilizumab showed similar clinical improvements, but the risks for adverse events and serious adverse events were higher for tocilizumab. This finding is also somehow consistent with what we saw for first-line treatments. Next slide. And in one study, abatacept, rituximab, and tocilizumab showed higher proportions of remission and clinical improvement than TNF-alpha inhibitors as a class. Next slide. For second-line treatments, one new study reported significant differences between abatacept and upadacitinib. This was a large RCT with more than 600 participants. After 24 weeks of treatment, participants treated with upadacitinib showed greater clinical improvement than participants on abatacept, and they also had a higher proportion in the upadacitinib group who achieved remission. The risks for adverse events and serious adverse events, however, between the two groups were similar. Next slide. In the previous report, a second study assessed combination treatments of TIMs, namely the combination of rituximab with a TNF-alpha inhibitor compared with TNF-alpha monotherapy. The combination group had better clinical improvement, but then again, the risk of adverse events and serious adverse events were also significantly higher. Next slide. This slide again provides a summary and an overview of the evidence. The brown color indicates no statistically significant differences between treatments. Red and green indicate some statistically significant differences for one or the other TIM agent. Next slide. So now I'm moving on to the pipeline drugs. Next slide. So as I mentioned at the beginning, for this update, we excluded filgotinib from the pipeline drugs because the producer of filgotinib withdrew the drug application from the FDA. Next slide. So for this update, we did not include any new evidence on pipeline drugs. The available evidence is still limited to peficitinib, which is a Janus kinase inhibitor, and it was peficitinib versus placebo or peficitinib versus etanercept. The 5 placebo-controlled trials showed greater efficacy of peficitinib than placebo. Next slide. The head-to-head comparison with etanercept, however, reported actually lower efficacy for pevicitinib than etanercept. Next slide. Another head-to-head trial assessed a combination therapy of certolizumab pegol plus bimekizumab, which is an interleukin-17 inhibitor. And this study compared the combination treatment with certolizumab pegol monotherapy. The combination therapy led to a higher proportions of response and remission than certolizumab pegol monotherapy. But then again, like with all the other combination therapies, it also had a higher risk for adverse events. Next slide. In addition to the randomized controlled trials, we also included data from observational studies for adverse events. Next slide. I mentioned in the beginning that we changed inclusion criteria for observational studies, and as a consequence, we excluded 19 observational studies that were still part of the previous report. Most of these studies reported no significant differences in harms, and excluding the studies did not change the overall conclusions, but it made the report a bit tidier and cleaner. Next slide. So the updated report now includes 25 cohort studies, which were mostly based on registry data. The majority of studies did not report any significant differences in mortality, malignancies, and cardiovascular events. There are two notable results, though, and these are that studies consistently indicated a higher risk for serious infections and opportunistic infections, also tuberculosis and herpes zoster for infliximab compared with other TNF-alpha inhibitors. And we also have two studies which reported a higher risk for gastrointestinal perforations for tocilizumab compared with TNF-alpha inhibitors. Next slide. So now I'm moving on to ankylosing spondylitis. Next slide. We found no new studies for ankylosing spondylitis. The evidence is still limited to a single high risk of bias randomized controlled trial. Next slide. So this is a head-to-head trial with 50 participants, which compared etanercept to infliximab. The study reported smaller improvements for etanercept than infliximab, but we rated the quality of evidence as very low, mostly because of the very small sample size. Next slide. Pipeline agents for ankylosing spondylitis. Next slide. We added one new study on a pipeline TIM agent, namely bimekizumab, which, as I mentioned before, is an interleukin-17 inhibitor. This was a dose-ranging placebo-controlled trial that found statistically significantly greater clinical improvements and improvements in functional capacity for bimekizumab than placebo. The risk for serious adverse events was similar, but the study only had 300 participants. Next slide. So we also looked into network meta-analysis, and we summarized 3 network meta-analysis for TIM agents on rheumatoid arthritis and 1 network meta-analysis on ankylosing spondylitis in the report. In the report, we present effects of comparisons for which we did not find head-to-head evidence. For the ones where we found head-to-head evidence, estimates of the network meta-analysis are basically similar to what I just presented here. Next slide. So we also looked into ongoing studies. Next slide. There is still a lot of research going on in this field. We identified 21 ongoing studies, of which 18 are head-to-head RCTs. 2 are comparative observational studies, and 1 is a placebo-controlled trial on a pipeline drug. The majority of studies are on rheumatoid arthritis, and only 4 studies are on ankylosing spondylitis. Next slide. Limitations of our review. First, as you saw from the evidence map, for most comparisons, we still do not have any direct head-to-head evidence. So the evidence is really limited to a few comparisons, and for first-line treatment, mostly to comparisons of newer TIMS versus adalimumab. When we found head-to-head studies, a few comparisons actually were evaluated by more than 1 or 2 studies, and we are still missing long-term data on effectiveness and safety. Drug manufacturers sponsored nearly all included RCTs, and most observational studies addressing harms were of retrospective design and based on national registries. And the quality and completeness of these databases is really hard to assess and basically cannot be determined. And then there are some inherent potential limitations of our methods. So for example, we focused on studies in English language only. Next slide. Our conclusions rely on evidence of high or moderate certainty of evidence. Next slide. Adalimumab appears to be less effective than baricitinib, sarilumab, and upadacitinib as a first-line treatment. Abatacept appears to be less effective than upadacitinib as a second-line treatment. Lower proportion of overall adverse events were with abatacept and certolizumab pegol compared with tocilizumab as first-line treatments. And all the other differences in effectiveness and harms, which we rated as low or very low certainty of evidence, must be interpreted very cautiously, particularly when they are based on single studies. Next slide. And for ankylosing spondylitis, we only have this 1 small single trial with where all the outcomes are rated as very low. So we can not draw any conclusions about the comparative effectiveness or risk of harms for targeted immune modulators for ankylosing spondylitis. Next slide. Yeah, and this slide concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to our stakeholders. First of all, we have Anthony Hager of Bristol Myers Squibb. Next will be Nathan Blake of AbbVie. Anthony, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Anthony Hager. I'm a PharmD and medical liaison with Bristol Myers Squibb in the immunology and rheumatology division. And I'm very happy to provide testimony today in support of consideration for Orencia, abatacept. For Orencia's labeled indications, these include RA, PSA, and polyarticular JIA. And these have not recently changed. Orencia has been approved for a long time. Orencia does have a new indication, though, for the prophylaxis of acute graft versus host disease in combination with a CNI and methotrexate. And this is in adult pediatric patients 2 years of age and older undergoing hematopoietic stem cell transplantation from a matched or one allele mismatched unrelated donor. It's just for an update. It's not necessarily relevant to this particular review, but it is an update to the PI. Orencia continues to have no black box warnings in its label and remains the only molecule in its mechanism class, T-cell co-stimulation modulator. In our clinical trials, the most commonly reported adverse events occurring in at least 10% of Orencia treated patients are headache, URTI, nasopharyngitis, and nausea. Recently, Bristol Myers, the company that I represent in collaboration with the rheumatology community, has uncovered evidence of a clinically meaningful serum biomarker predicting treatment response to Orencia in adult patients with RA. This biomarker, which is an autoantibody known as ACPA, anti-citrullinated peptide antibody, it's commonly utilized for diagnostic and prognostic value in RA. However, it's recently been shown to correlate with enhanced treatment response to Orencia. For example, the AMPLE study, I believe you reviewed this here. This was published in the Annals of Rheumatic Disease in 2014. This is a phase 3 head-to-head randomized controlled non-inferiority study comparing sub-Q abatacept to sub-Q adalimumab. It was a biologic naive population. Patients were methotrexate inadequate responders, and they were RA patients. Non-inferiority was shown for the primary endpoint of ACR 20 response rate. Post-hoc analysis also showed that the sub-Q abatacept cohort with the highest ACPA concentrations, so they had higher autoantibody titers, quartile 4. They had higher responses compared with patients with lower concentrations, but who are also ACPA positive, quartile 1 through 3. This association was not observed in the sub-Q adalimumab cohort. This was published also in the Annals of Rheumatic Disease in 2016. In closing, given the unique mechanism of Orencia, it's a co-stimulation modulator, differential treatment response in seropositive RA patients, and low volume of utilization in the Washington Medicaid population. I ask you to evaluate coverage policy in this class to allow access to Orencia by adding it as a preferred drug within the Washington Medicaid PDL as a unique and targeted option in patients not responding to anti-TNF therapy. Thank you. Sorry, I went a little over, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yep, thank you.
Next, we'll have Nathan Blake of AbbVie. After that will be Sheeta Ara of Pfizer. Nathan, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Again, hello, my name is Nathan Blake with AbbVie Medical Affairs. I mentioned previously that upadacitinib with the brand name Rinvoq has several new indications over the past year. Upadacitinib's rheumatoid arthritis indication was updated last year, now approved for adults, use in adults with moderately to severely active rheumatoid arthritis who have an inadequate response or intolerance to one or more TNF blockers. Additionally, upadacitinib was recently approved for use in adults with active ankylosing spondylitis who have an inadequate response or intolerance to one or more TNF blockers. Both indications are treated with a dose of 15 milligrams by mouth once daily. Other new indications for upadacitinib that are not being reviewed today, however, may be of interest for the committee to be aware of include adults and pediatric patients 12 years of age and older with refractory moderate to severe atopic dermatitis, whose disease is not adequately controlled with other systemic drug products, including biologics, or when those therapies are inadvisable, and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis who have an inadequate response or intolerance to one or more TNF blockers. Again, please read the full prescribing information for more details on use, dosing, efficacy, and safety of upadacitinib. I'm available for questions. I'd like to ask the committee to maintain formulary access for upadacitinib and add the new AS indications as well as the new indications for atopic dermatitis and ulcerative colitis. And I'll give the rest of my time back.
Thank you, Nathan. Last of all, we'll have Sheeta Ara of Pfizer. Are you ready?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thanks. Hi, my name is Sheeta Ara. I'm a pharmacist and field medical director with Pfizer Medical Affairs. Today, I'll be presenting the tofacitinib or Xeljanz prescribing information update that occurred in December 2021. 4 sections of the prescribing information was updated: the indications and usage section, box warnings, warnings and precautions, and clinical studies section. Tofacitinib is now indicated for the treatment of adult patients with active ankylosing spondylitis who have had an inadequate response or intolerance to one or more TNF inhibitor. The recommended dose is Xeljanz 5 milligrams twice a day or Xeljanz XR 11 milligrams once daily. The clinical studies section has been updated to include the confirmatory study for ankylosing spondylitis. In a randomized controlled trial, adult patients with ankylosing spondylitis achieved ASAS-20 response rate of 56% in the tofacitinib group versus 29% in the placebo group. In terms of revisions to other indications, such as RA, psoriatic arthritis, and polyarticular course juvenile idiopathic arthritis, tofacitinib is now indicated after the use of a TNF inhibitor. In accordance, the clinical studies section has been updated with results of the oral surveillance study. This was fully published in the New England Journal of Medicine in January of 2022 this year. Oral surveillance is a phase 3b/4 randomized safety endpoint study required by the FDA at the time of tofacitinib was approved in the rheumatoid arthritis population. RA patients 50 years and older with one or more cardiovascular risk treated with tofacitinib had a higher rate of MACE or major adverse cardiovascular events compared to those treated with a TNF inhibitor. This brings me to the revisions in the box warning section where MACE was added. The box warning also states that current or past smokers are at additional increased risk. Discontinue tofacitinib in patients that have experienced a myocardial infarction or stroke. The warnings and precautions section have also additional details around MACE, mortality, malignancy, and thrombosis. Please refer to the full prescribing information for details at xeljanz.com. Thanks for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll kind of connect with Lita, see if we have any last minute stakeholders, and if not, we'll entertain a motion.
This is Lita. I don't see any other hands raised.
All right, very good.
So this is Laura Bestie. I have a question on what we're voting on. So are we voting on including them for all indications? Which is what it kind of appears, and for both pediatrics and adults?
So this is Ryan Pistoresi. Yes, it would be for all the indications as they are approved for these conditions.
Alex Parker, I just have a question following up on Laura's question. There are 2 drugs on this motion which were not reviewed in the systematic analysis. And I think they are primarily IBD and/or MS drugs. Go ahead.
This is Ryan Pistoresi. Yes, and yes, that is a good catch. So today, all that we were able to review from the DUR reports were for the arthritis and psoriasis conditions. We are expecting a updated report with evidence on Crohn's and ulcerative colitis to be due next year, and we'll likely be reviewing it next June. So that way we're keeping it, year by year. So even though they weren't in the updates today, they are in the class and they have been reviewed. And so they are part of the motion, going forward. We wouldn't want to remove them, from this class because we are reviewing, the class as a whole. It's just that we don't have any new evidence. And so I wouldn't anticipate there to be, changes to how they would be treated within this class, if that makes sense.
Hey, Ryan, this is Donna. I'm wondering, this is like the first time we've been reviewing these, the TIMS class broken out like this. I think that we should limit the motion to the indications that were included in the review that we just had. And that then when we review the rheumatoid arthritis indication, we will edit the motion accordingly, removing any indications that were not covered in that. I think would be my preference.
This is Lita. Could you tell me the name of the 2 drugs that were not reviewed for this?
It's Alex Park here. Let me just take a look here. I can find that. It's natalizumab and vedolizumab. Sorry, Lita, it's the V as in Victor drug on the bottom.
Oh, thank you.
Donna, it's Alex Park here. So are you suggesting that when the 2 drugs that we just called out are reviewed again in their respective classes, that we'll come back to this motion and add them back in as a complete list? Or are we going to pull them out into a separate class?
I mean, we're going to manage the class as a whole, but as far as making a motion and saying they're safe and efficacious, based on the evidence that you've reviewed, I don't think it's appropriate to include the indications that were not reviewed in this report. We would then do a very similar motion for the rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease indications, and focusing on the drugs that were included in that report. And then any drug that has ever been reviewed for any of the indications will be carried forward in the class, even if it's no longer included in these updated reports, because it still has that indication and is still considered part of the class from previous evidence that has been reviewed. I don't know. So I think one of the examples is, especially like with the MS class, there's a few drugs that are used to treat cancer and very seldomly used to treat MS anymore, but we have continued to include them in the MS class, even though they're no longer reviewed as part of the updates. And so we would do the same for this class. If a drug is kind of fallen out of the review, either because there's no new evidence, or no head-to-heads, then we would continue it in the class because it had that indication and there is historical evidence of its safety and efficacy that had been reviewed.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So it sounds like you're saying, well, the class is the class, but the motion is going to be specific to the drugs that were reviewed today.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have one comment on the vedolizumab. So that is indicated for Crohn's disease. And even though we didn't speak to Crohn's disease, unless we're updating what we have as the statement here, it does say that the treatment of the following FDA indications, it is included Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis.
And this is Donna. I think Kalita was editing that motion up above.
Oh, okay, got it. I just wanted to confirm that.
So what I could do is start by copying this and just removing those 2 drugs.
And then updating the Crohn's disease, taking it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then also take out the juvenile. Is that correct?
Yeah, and rheumatoid arthritis and ankylosing spondylitis and ulcerative colitis. So only
Well,
keep psoriatic arthritis. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah,
Sorry.
rheumatoid and ankylosing spondylitis were reviewed.
What about ulcerative colitis?
Not ulcerative.
Then I think we also, I thought, then I heard juvenile arthritis. Was that included? I had to jump off the call, so I don't remember.
That was just one of the representatives that spoke to that.
Okay.
This is Alex Park. So the way this is looking, Lita, is this 2 motions now?
It is, this is the motion for today, and this is the motion from the last meeting.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Could I suggest, since to Donna's point, the way we're breaking this one out based on the evidence we looked at today, could I suggest that we add, can we make the first sentence read, after considering the evidence of safety, blah, 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 for the use of targeted immune modulators for their FDA-approved indications relative to plaque psoriasis and et cetera. I think it would just make it clearer. Yeah. Quick question for you, Donna, on this topic. The evidence didn't go into much of it because there probably just isn't that much evidence, but how is HCA handling the biosimilars in this class?
They're considered reviewed.
Okay.
We're treating them like they would be a generic so that they would be considered reviewed.
And one last question, are we not, at the bottom, it says that these are not going to be subject to therapeutic energy. Is that because they're immune modulators?
That was a decision made by the committee. So I believe it was, if I recall the discussion, there was the concern about, was it antibodies being built up, and that switching between the two may or may not be appropriate once you've been established on the particular product.
You know how the PDL overview says that drugs are not subject to therapeutic interchange if they're an immunosuppressant? Does that apply to this class?
That language, I'd have to go back and look at the statute again. I believe initially that meant it was meant to be for like transplant rejection drugs, but I'd have to go back and look.
Got it. Okay.
A lot of these drugs were not on the market when that statute was passed.
Yeah, the field has moved on.
Yes.
Yeah, and that thing in the overview is, I think, only applying to refills or continuations.
Yeah, it is refills.
Okay. This is Alex Park. I'll take a stab at the motion here. After considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, effectiveness, and special populations for the use of targeted immune modulators for their FDA-approved indications relative to rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, psoriatic arthritis, and plaque psoriasis, I move that baricitinib, guselkumab, risankizumab, tildrakizumab, upadacitinib, abatacept, adalimumab, anakinra, apremilast, brodalumumab, certolizumab pegol, etanercept, golimumab, infliximab, itsakizumab, rituximab, cerulumab, secukinumab, tocilizumab, tofacitinib, and ustekinumab are efficacious. The PDL must include a drug approved for the treatment of the following FDA indications: rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, psoriatic arthritis, and plaque psoriasis, and must include a self-administered agent if indicated. These medications cannot be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington preferred drug list.
This is Laura Bestie. I second the motion.
Thank you. For the committee, all who approve, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. It looks like we are running right on time, so we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. We'll return at 11:10.
Okay, looks like it is time to be back. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next topic. We're doing second generation antipsychotics in children. Our presentation will be from Beth Shaw. Looks like we have our presentation all ready to go. So Beth, if you're ready, I think we are ready to hear your presentation.
Lovely, thank you. So I'm presenting you today the surveillance on our second generation antipsychotic medications in children and adolescents. So on the next slide, you can see the format of this presentation. So we'll start with the topic history, move through the background, the PICO's key questions, methods, and obviously we'll focus most on our findings and the summary. So just before we move into the meat of the report, I just wanted to show on this next slide some of the common abbreviations that we'll be using throughout this presentation. So I won't call them all out, and some of them I'm sure you're very familiar with, but I just wanted to focus on the assessment scales on the right-hand side. So these are the assessment scales that are used in the trials, and they're assessing things like depression, the global impression, so bipolar severity. They're assessing performance, as well as positive and negative symptoms and mania. So that will be important when we look at the outcomes in the identified studies that we've found. So on the next slide, you can see the topic history. So in September 2020, we presented a systematic review on second-generation antipsychotic medication in children and adolescents. So this is the first surveillance that we've conducted since that systematic review was published. So moving on to the background, excuse me. In 2006, risperidone became the first second-generation antipsychotic medication that was FDA approved for treatment in pediatric patients. And that was specifically for the treatment of irritability in children and adolescents with autism. Since then, there's been a number of newer drugs that have been approved, so that's 7, and they've been approved for treatment of a range of mental health disorders in children. And those indications include schizophrenia and psychotic disorders, bipolar disorders, autism spectrum disorder, as well as disruptive behavior disorders, impulse control disorders, and conduct disorders in children. So looking at our PCOS, so for this population, you can see that we were looking at both adolescents and children in those different age groups with a range of diagnoses. We were looking really for studies that had a diagnosis that was based on the DSM-5 criteria, but studies did not always use that diagnostic criteria. So in the absence of a DSM-5 criteria, we also accepted investigator-defined diagnostic criteria for these range of both ages as well as range of different disorders. So moving on to our table of interventions, you can see here in the table on the left-hand side, we've got the generic name, the brand names in the next column, along with the formulation. We also show you the initial year of FDA approval, as well as the details of the approved indications in this population of children and adolescents. So the range of interventions we were looking for were aripiprazole, asenapine, lurasidone, olanzapine, paliperidone, quetiapine, and risperidone. You can see different brand names, different formulations, and different approved indications. In terms of the comparators, we were looking for head-to-head trials, and then in these specific populations, so bipolar disorder, autism spectrum disorder, disruptive behavior, impulse control, or conduct disorder, we were also looking for placebo-controlled trials. We were looking for a range of efficacy and effectiveness outcomes. So those are things like symptom response. So we talked earlier in those outcome scales, so things like mania, depression. We were also looking for measures of quality of life, functional capacity. So, you know, how these symptoms, how these conditions were affecting people's activities of daily living, education, achievement, etc. We were also looking for resource use, so things like hospitalization and emergency department visits, as well as persistence and mortality. And on the next slide, we were also looking for evaluations of harms. So those are things like overall adverse events, withdrawals due to adverse events and time to withdrawal, as well as specific adverse events. So we were looking for general adverse events, such as these incidents of clinically important weight change and the severity of adverse sexual events. And we were also looking for major adverse events, things that were life-threatening, that resulted in long-term morbidity or required medical intervention to treat that major adverse event. For this surveillance, we were really only looking for randomized controlled trials. So the key questions that we were hoping to address, looking at studies that might address these questions in our surveillance report, we were looking whether the different drugs differ from each other in terms of benefits and harms. And for those specific populations, whether the drugs differ from placebo in terms of benefits and harms. And we were looking for them in these 4 different groups: children and adolescents with autism spectrum disorder, adolescents with schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders, children and adolescents with bipolar disorder, and then children and adolescents with these different disorders: disruptive behavior, impulse control, or conduct disorders. So in terms of our methods, we used our standard surveillance approach, where we were looking for the registered trials in the online trials registries. So that's clinicaltrials.gov and the ISRCTN registry. We used the information from those trial registries to look in Ovid Medline and Google Scholar to see if any of those randomized controlled trials had subsequently been published. And we also looked on a number of websites for FDA actions, including the FDA website, CenterWatch, IPD Analytics, and a Google search. And for this particular surveillance report, the searches covered from April 17, 2020. So that was the date of the search conducted in the original systematic review. And we searched through to November 2nd of 2021. So what did we find? So moving on to the next slide, you can see that in terms of published studies, we identified 2 new eligible randomized controlled trials in children. And these were both head-to-head studies in children with bipolar I disorder. We also identified 1 new eligible randomized controlled trial in adolescents and adult populations that was again a head-to-head study in adolescents and adults with schizophrenia. So on the next slide, you can see a bit more information about these published studies. So on the left-hand side, you can see the citation, the trial number, and the number of people that were enrolled in the trial. In the middle column, you can see more detail about the population, the duration of the trial, and those treatment groups. And then in the final column, you can see the eligible outcomes. So these are the 2 head-to-head trials looking at treatment in children with bipolar I disorder. As you can see, both of these trials are very similar. They include the same population. The duration is the same of 6 weeks, and both trials compared quetiapine 400 to 600 milligrams with lithium targeted serum level of 1 to 1.2. So very similar populations, interventions and comparators. Where they do differ is in those outcomes that they report. So the first trial by Stryker et al. Is really looking at the performance of people in the trial, so change from baseline measured using their identical pairs continuous performance task. In the second trial by Patino et al., they're looking at mania symptoms as well as depression and bipolar as severity. On the next slide, you can see the third of the 3 trials. So this is the one that's being conducted in adolescents and adults. They enrolled 546 people. So these are people aged 16 to 45 years with schizophrenia. And it was a 1-year open label trial looking at the effectiveness of risperidone, aripiprazole, and olanzapine. And in terms of the outcomes, they were looking in the change from baseline of symptoms using the PANSS score. They were looking also for adverse events, as well as changing cognitive performance between these 3 interventions. In terms of the ongoing studies, we identified 3 ongoing studies that would be relevant for this report if and when they were published. So there's 1 head-to-head randomized controlled trial of risperidone and aripiprazole. This is being conducted in children under 17 years of age with autism spectrum disorder. The sample size is 350 and the expected completion date is in July 2025. The second trial is again a head-to-head randomized controlled trial of these listed interventions, and it's being conducted in individuals aged 16 to 40 with a diagnosis of intellectual disability and psychosis. The sample size is 114, and that's expected to be completed in around February 2024. The final trial is a placebo-controlled trial of quetiapine in individuals aged 15 to 24 with bipolar disorder, or DMDD. I'm just going to have to check what that is, I've forgotten. disruptive mood dysregulation disorder. And that's a sample size of 19, so significantly smaller than the other trials. And that was completed in April 2021. And at the time of the surveillance reports, we didn't identify any publications reporting on the outcomes of this trial. So moving on to new drugs, formulations and indications. In this surveillance report, we didn't identify any new drugs, formulations or indications for these drugs since the searches in the last systematic review. However, we did identify some new serious harms or warnings. So on this next slide, you can see a box that lists the drug on the left-hand side, the new serious harms or warnings in the middle, as well as the date when these were added to the prescribing label. So I'll just leave this up for a few seconds just so you can look at some of those. So you can see there were harms for lurasidone, olanzapine, paliperidone, the quetiapine extended release, and risperidone. So moving into the summary. So in summary, you can see here that we identified those 3 new randomized controlled trials that have been published since the systematic review. They were all head-to-head trials. We also had the 3 ongoing randomized controlled trials, again 2 head-to-head trials and 1 placebo-controlled trial. We didn't identify any new drugs, formulations, indications or serious harms, but we did identify 6 new warnings that have been added to those drugs, and you can see the details there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? With that, then we'll go on to our stakeholders. First off is Madeline Shirtlip from Usuku. Madeline, are you there?
This is Lita. Madeline, you need to unmute yourself as well. Madeline, are you able to unmute yourself on your computer? All right, I'm going to try promoting her to panelist for a minute. Did she drop off, Laura?
I don't see her listed in attendees, and I don't see her listed in panelists either.
Okay, I think she dropped off. She might.
Oh.
Is she calling back in?
I just allowed her.
Oh, there we go.
I'm sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, I'm so sorry. It wasn't letting me unmute and then it dropped me, but I apologize.
Oh, we lost her again.
Hello?
Hello?
You, Madeline, I think we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get started then.
Go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Madeline Shirtleff and I am a managed market liaison with OTSCA. And thank you for this opportunity to provide an indication update on Rexulti. Rexulti is an atypical antipsychotic indicated for use as adjunctive therapy to antidepressants for the treatment of major depressive disorder in adults and the treatment of schizophrenia in adults. On December 27th, 2021, the FDA granted approval for Rexulti for treatment of schizophrenia in pediatric patients 13 years of age and older. Use of Rexulti in this population is supported by evidence from adequate and well-controlled studies in adults with schizophrenia, pharmacokinetic data from adults and pediatric patients, and safety data in pediatric patients 13 to 17 years of age. Adverse reactions reported in clinical studies for this age group were generally similar to those observed in adults. In the long-term open label study in pediatric patients with schizophrenia, 0.5% of patients discontinued due to weight increase. The mean increase in weight from the open label study from baseline to last visit was 3.8 kilograms. To adjust for normal growth, Z-scores were derived, measured in standard deviation, which normalize for natural growth of children and adolescents by comparisons to age and gender matched population standards. A Z-score change of less than 0.5 standard deviation is considered not clinically significant. In this trial, the mean change in Z-score from baseline to last visit was only 0.1 standard deviation for body weight. When treating pediatric patients, weight gain should be monitored and assessed against that expected for normal growth. Shifts in baseline fasting total cholesterol from normal to high were reported in 7% of patients taking Rexulti, and shifts in baseline HDL cholesterol from normal to low were reported in 12.9% of patients taking Rexulti. Of patients with normal baseline triglycerides, 8.5% experienced shifts from normal to high. 2.7% of pediatric patients with normal baseline fasting glucose experienced a shift from normal to high while taking Rexulti. Based on an interim analysis of an ongoing study, brexpiprazole appears to be a well-tolerated potential treatment option for adolescents with schizophrenia with safety profile consistent to that observed in adults. Long-term open-label treatment with brexpiprazole was associated with continued improvement in efficacy. In fair balance, I call your attention to the box warning for Rexulti of increased mortality in elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis and suicidal thoughts and behaviors in children, adolescents, and young adults. In closing, Rexulti is indicated for the adjunctive treatment of MDD in adults and treatment of schizophrenia in pediatric patients, and we request Rexulti be included on the preferred drug list. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Yeah, thank you. All right, Lita, I'll just check with you to make sure that we don't have any more stakeholders. And if not, then we'll take a look at a motion.
This is Lita. I do not see any other hands raised. Have the motion. And this is Lita. You'll see that we have subtitles under each of these. So the next time all of the drugs are reviewed, we'll include all three of the motions moving forward. And Jordan, first the committee should vote if they accept the surveillance as an adequate update.
This is Ginny. Just again, I think Lita, you just said this, but I want to be sure. For today, we are just accepting the surveillance as adequate for use in children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a Jordan Storhaug. I'll just encourage the committee along. Does anybody have any concerns regarding their surveillance as it was performed?
This is Ginny Bucola. I don't hear concerns. I will go ahead and propose that we accept the scan as adequate.
Do we have a second for that motion?
Diane Schwilke, I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
This is Lita. I'm just going to start putting this together, but if you want to leave out any of these drugs, let me know. I will edit it.
This is Ginny. Lita and committee, I think we can we keep that sentence about a drug that is preferred in pregnancy for child and teen use?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is Laura Basti, and I have a question. So some of the medications listed below in the previous motion are approved in pediatrics, but we're not including them in this review. How does that affect prescribing?
So this is Ryan, and because today was a surveillance document, we didn't get the new evidence about how some of these other drugs that may be approved are efficacious relative to each other. So essentially, the surveillance documents are more to show we're continuing to monitor this class, look for new evidence. And as DURP states, when we saw that there was only a few new randomized trials, we decided to not move forward by commissioning a new report at this time. We'll wait until there is, more evidence, and so that way we have a more substantial update to bring to you. So essentially, the surveillance document today does not really change and add some of these new drugs, but in the event for a prescriber to potentially request this, it still may be covered by the different programs. It's just that, they may not be, as part of this motion to be a preferred drug for that specific pediatric population, but they still may be preferred, in an adult population and still may be preferred as a prescribed medication.
Laura, this is Ginny. Just adding as a provider of these types of medications, I have not found, and I work primarily with a Medicaid population, I have not found difficulty if I need to move off-label or to a non-preferred product.
Okay.
As it stands, I know that that's just one provider's experience, but I haven't had difficulty with that.
Okay, I just was concerned because I know Ziprasidone and some of these other agents can be used in pediatrics, and by not including it in this list, I didn't want to make it so that if there was a child on that medication, to make it that they weren't able to fill that prescription or have that option. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah. This is Ginny. I'm happy to go ahead and make the motion for use of these medications in children after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder in children, and bipolar disorder in children with autism spectrum disorder or disruptive behavior disorders, I move that aripiprazole, acenapine, lorazepam, olanzapine, paliperidone, quetiapine, and risperidone are efficacious for their approved FDA indications and should be preferred on the Washington Preferred Drug List. Second generation antipsychotics cannot be subject to therapeutic interchange on the Washington Preferred Drug List. The preferred drug list should include at least one medication that is considered safe in pregnancy.
This is Michael Corsillis. I second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you, committee. Next, we will look at newer diabetes medications and other surveillance, and that will be back to Beth Shaw.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the presentation to come.
Yeah, this is Lee. Opening it up here.
Don't worry, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll be presenting next to you the latest surveillance report on newer diabetes drugs and cardiovascular outcomes. So on the next slide, you can see the same format that we've used in the previous presentation. So we'll just move straight on to the abbreviations section. Again, for this particular topic, there's a lot of them. Many of them I'm sure you'll be familiar with, and we'll pick up on them as we move through the presentation. So in terms of topic history, the first systematic review on this topic was conducted in February 2011. And since then, there's been 3 updates, with the latest being presented in February 2020. In December of 2020, we also conducted a surveillance report that looked through the search dates that you can see on the left-hand side. So there has been one surveillance report since the most recent systematic review. So this is the second surveillance report on this particular topic. So in terms of the background, as you will know, several new drugs for treating adults with type 2 diabetes have been approved in recent years, and these are primarily in the 3 classes. So we've got the GLP-1 agonists, the DPP-4 inhibitors, so they're the kind of gliptins, and the SGLT2 inhibitors. And in 2008, the FDA released guidance requiring new diabetic drugs to demonstrate that there was no association with an unacceptable increase in a risk of cardiovascular events. And they defined that as being greater than a 30% increase. So there were safety concerns around these particular drugs. However, in March of 2020, the FDA issued a draft guidance that said they no longer required drug manufacturers to demonstrate that cardiovascular safety for type 2 diabetes drugs in cardiovascular outcome trials. Hence the interest in the impact of these newer diabetes drugs on cardiovascular outcomes. So moving on to our PICOs, we are looking specifically at the population of adults with type 2 diabetes, and we're looking at a range of interventions. So our first class here is the GLP-1 agonists. So you can see on the left-hand side, we've got the class and whether it's alone or in combination. Then we have the generic names, followed by the brand names and the FDA approval. So in this class of GLP-1 agonists, we've got oral formulations, we have subcutaneous injectables, and we also have a combination of a GLP-1 agonist with a long-acting insulin. So moving on to the next slide, we continue with the DPP-4 inhibitors. Again, you can see these are oral drugs, either alone or in combination with the TZs or with metformin. And on the next slide, you can see the interventions included in the SGLT2 inhibitor class. Again, these are oral drugs either used alone or in combination with the DPP-4 inhibitor or again with metformin. Moving on to the comparators. Again, we were looking for comparison of these drugs against another of the drugs, so those head-to-head comparisons. And we were also looking for comparisons of those combination therapies, so with another of the newer diabetes drugs or metformin versus monotherapy of that specific drug. And we were also looking for placebo-controlled trials and cohorts. In terms of outcomes, we were looking for mortality, and that was both all-cause mortality as well as cardiovascular related mortality. Specifically for this report, we were obviously looking for cardiovascular disease outcomes. So that's things like fatal or non-fatal myocardial infarction, as well as hospitalization for heart failure and MACE. So those are those major adverse cardiovascular events. It is a composite outcome and it does vary between studies, but it often includes things like heart failure, recurrent angina pain, repeat PCI, CABG, etc. We were also looking for harm, so serious adverse events, both investigator determined, treatment related serious adverse events and pre-specified events of interest such as pancreatitis. For this particular report, we were looking for both randomized controlled trials as well as large prospective and retrospective cohort studies. And for this particular topic, we defined large as being a sample size of 10,000 or more participants. The key questions that we were looking for in this report around the efficacy of newer diabetes drugs for cardiovascular events in adults with type 2 diabetes. And we were also looking for whether that efficacy varied, looking at things like monotherapy versus combination therapy, patients with or without prior cardiovascular disease. We were looking for class effects, as well as differing harms between these drugs, either individually or on a class level. We were also looking for ongoing studies of newer diabetes drugs where they were looking for those cardiovascular disease outcomes. So in terms of our methods, again, standard methods here, we talked about it in the last presentation. So I really just want to note the differences here. As I mentioned, we were looking for randomized controlled trials and those large cohort studies. And for this particular surveillance report, so the second one in the series, our searches covered November 2nd, 2020 through to October 19 of 2021. So moving into the findings. You can see that we identified no new randomized controlled trials, but we did identify 20 new cohort studies. And the sample sizes range from just over 11,000 to over 714,000 participants. And there's a range of comparisons that were being made in these cohort studies. You can see that they were either comparing the classes directly against each other, or they were comparing these classes against other diabetic treatments that are used in standard care. They were looking at these classes as add-on therapies, mainly to metformin, as well as on their own. So you can see all the different types of comparisons, and we'll go through them in a bit more detail on the next slides. So moving on to the next slide, you can see the first two of 5 cohorts that were looking at the comparison of GLP-1s versus SGLT2s. So again, you can see on the left-hand side the details of the trials, so the number and the trial name. Then we have the enrollment and the study country. Then we have the treatment groups, and on the right-hand side, you can see the eligible outcomes. So these first 2 trials are based in Sweden and Denmark. Like I said, they're comparing the GLP-1s versus SGLT2s, and you can see the range of outcomes there. So things like MACE, cardiovascular death, stroke, hospitalization for heart failure. On the next slide, you can see the next 2 of these. Again, both large studies by definition, one conducted in the US and one in Denmark. Again, looking at that comparison of GLP-1s versus other treatments. And again, the range of cardiovascular outcomes on that right-hand side of the slide. And on the next slide, you can see the final one in this series. So this is a large study, again, over 370,000, conducted in the US, looking at those GLP-1 agonists versus the SGLT2 inhibitors. And again, outcomes, so the composite outcomes, looking at those cardiovascular outcomes, myocardial infarction, stroke, mortality. So moving on to the next comparison, this is a group of studies looking at the SGLT2s versus other diabetic treatments. So the first study here, the Observer 4D study conducted in the US, and this was looking at a range of the SGLT2 inhibitors versus other treatments, including things like the TZs, the sulfonylureas, as well as insulin. And they had a pretty specific outcomes. They were looking primarily at hospitalizations for heart failure and the number of below knee lower extremity amputations. The next three of this group of comparators are conducted in South Korea, Japan, and again, South Korea. Again, you can see the comparisons there, the SGLT2 inhibitors compared with DPP4 inhibitors. And the outcomes, again, a range of outcomes you can see there, including things like hyperglycemia and the MACE composite outcomes. Moving on to the next slide. Again, we're still in this group of SGLT2 inhibitors versus other treatments. So for these two particular studies, one in the US and one in the UK, we're looking at the comparison of these inhibitors versus metformin or versus the DPP4 inhibitors. And again, a range of outcomes on that right-hand side, again, including things like acute kidney injury as a specific harm in that study. Then on the next slide, I think this is the final of this group. Again, 3 studies, one conducted in Japan, one in Spain, and one in the US. Again, SGLT2 inhibitors versus DPP4 inhibitors, as well as other glucose-lowering drugs, including the sulfonylureas. Again, the range of outcomes there. Again, things like all-cause mortality, chronic kidney disease, and heart failure. So on the next slide, we're moving into the final class. So this is DPP4s compared with other diabetic treatments. And we've got 3 studies in this particular categorization. Both of these studies on the slide were conducted in the US. They were looking at DPP4s versus other drugs, including sulfonylureas, metformin, and other treatments. However, they did exclude comparisons with pioglitazone, other SGLT2 inhibitors, or GLP-1 agonists. And the outcomes again on the right, including things again, acute kidney injury, as well as things like angioplasty and CABG procedures. And on the next slide, the final one in this grouping. So this was a study that was conducted in Spain, looking at the DPP4s against things like the sulfonylureas, the meglitinides, and metformin. Again, outcomes including things like MACE, composite, as well as the individual outcomes such as all-cause mortality, heart failure, and peripheral arterial disease. So this is the next category on the next slide. So this is a series of studies, the duplicate series, where they were looking at newer drugs versus a range of other options. And those other options include a mix of those newer drugs as well as sulfonylurea. Again, all of those outcomes are composite outcomes. They do vary, but they tend to be the composite of stroke, MI, and mortality. On the next slide, again, this is one cohort that's really looking at comparing people taking either a GLP-1 agonist or an SGLT2 inhibitor, and they're comparing it with other anti-hyperglycemic agents. And again, there's a range of outcomes there, including things like hospital admission for cerebrovascular disease, lower limb complications, and a range of serious adverse events. Moving on to the next slide. Again, we've got a slightly different comparison here that's looking at those newer diabetes drugs as add-on therapies to metformin versus other diabetic treatments. So here it's looking specifically at GLP-1 agonists or SGLT2 inhibitors as add-ons to metformin versus metformin alone. And the outcomes here are the first major CV composite, including stroke, MI, chronic heart failure, as well as stroke, MI, and chronic heart failure. Moving on to the ongoing studies, we identified 31 ongoing studies that would be eligible for this report if they were published. We identified one head-to-head trial. So this is comparing the combination of insulin glargine and lixisenatide versus dulaglutide. and that's in 40 participants, and the estimated completion date for that trial was December 2021. We identified one trial comparing the newer diabetes drugs with dietary intervention. So this is looking at specifically semaglutide versus dietary intervention in 100 participants with type 2 diabetes. And the estimated completion date for that trial is March of 2023. And we identified 8 trials comparing newer diabetes drug to standard of care. So that's 5 in the SGLT2 inhibitor class and 3 for the GLP-1 agonist class. The sample sizes range from 40 to over 12,000 in these 8 trials, and the estimated completion dates range between December 2022 and September of 2025. Within these 8 trials, one randomized controlled trial was noted as having been completed, and one was estimated to have been completed in August 2020. But at the time of this surveillance report, no publications related to those 2 trials had been identified. So continuing with the 31 ongoing studies, you can see we also identified 12 placebo-controlled trials, 9 in the SGLT2 inhibitor class, and 3 in the GLP-1 agonist class. Sample sizes range from 52 to around 9,500, and the estimated completion dates ranged between November 2021 and June of 2024. We also identified 9 cohort studies, 6 in the SGLT2 inhibitor class, 2 GLP-1 studies, and 1 for the DPP4s. The sample sizes range from 20,000 to 232,000. And again, the completion dates range between December of 2021 and August of 2024. 2 of these studies were estimated to have been completed in 2020 and 1 in 2019. But again, at the time of this surveillance report, no publications related to these studies had been identified. So moving on to kind of the FDA actions part of the surveillance report. In terms of new drugs and formulations, we noted that subcutaneous exenatide extended release that was marketed as Bydureon and Bydureon Pen was discontinued by the manufacturer in March of 2021 due to business reasons. And they stated that this was due to business reasons. It was not due to issues of safety, efficacy, product quality, or manufacturing issues. We also found that exenatide extended release is available on the brand name Bydureon Besafe, I guess that's how you say that, with the same formulation and a new auto-injector pen that doesn't require titration or reconstitution before use. We also identified 2 new indications for drugs of interest. So for dapagliflozin, so that's an SGLT1/2 inhibitor, there was a new indication to reduce the risk of kidney function decline, kidney failure, cardiovascular death, and hospitalization for heart failure in adults with chronic kidney disease with or without type 2 diabetes. And that indication was approved in April of 2021. And for empagliflozin in the same class, there was a new indication to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death plus hospitalizations for heart failure in adults with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, again, with or without type 2 diabetes. And that was approved in August of 2021. We also identified 2 new harms in interventions of interest. So in June of 2021, the FDA actually removed a warning for risk of increased LDL cholesterol from the prescribing label of the fixed dose combination of empagliflozin with metformin products. So that was a removal of a harm rather than addition. However, in June 2021, the FDA also noted that they were evaluating the need for regulatory action for a potential signal of drug-induced liver injury for GLP-1 agonists, both alone or in combination with long-acting insulin. On the next slide, you can also see that we also identified a series of other new harms. So both in the classes of DPP4 inhibitors, so that's primarily sitagliptin alone or in combination, as well as in the GLP-1 agonist class, so that's semaglutide, liraglutide, and exenatide. You can see the details here of those, and they were approved from around November 2020 through to June of 2021. And on the next slide, you can see the new harms that were added for the SGLT2 inhibitors, primarily empagliflozin, either alone or in combination. And those were all added to the prescribing label in June of 2021. And just of note is that final line at the bottom of the table, they also added a box warning for the combination with metformin around lactic acidosis. So in summary, you can see on this next slide that across the 2 surveillance documents, we've identified 4 new published studies since the most recent systematic review, 20 of which are identified in this surveillance document. So overall, in the 2 surveillance documents, we've not identified any head-to-head trials, but we have identified 1 new published randomized controlled trial looking at liraglutide as add-on therapy, 4 new placebo-controlled randomized controlled trials that were identified in the previous surveillance report, and 35 cohort studies in total, of which 20 we've just reviewed in this surveillance document. We also identified 31 ongoing studies, 1 head-to-head study, 1 trial comparing these drugs with dietary intervention, 8 comparing the drugs with standard of care, 12 placebo-controlled trials, and 9 potentially eligible cohort studies. And on the next slide, you can also see that in terms of the FDA actions, we identified 1 new drug that was identified in the previous surveillance document. So that's comparison of the combination of empagliflozin, linagliptin, and metformin in an extended release formulation. We also identified 6 new indications, 2 of which were included in this surveillance document, and they relate to dulaglutide, semaglutide, dapagliflozin, and empagliflozin. And then on the next slide, you can see we've also identified between the 2 surveillance documents 11 new warnings. You can see there the details in the GLP-1 agonist class, so sitagliptin, semaglutide, liraglutide, and exenatide. And then in the SGLT2 inhibitors around empagliflozin, and then specifically noting that final combination, noting the risk of volume depletion with the use of that extended release. And then finally, we also identified 2 updated safety labels, 1 in this surveillance document. So in the previous surveillance document, we noted that for empagliflozin, the black box warning of leg and foot amputation was removed. However, in this surveillance document, for the combination of empagliflozin with metformin, there has been a black box warning added around the risk for lactic acidosis. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Any questions from the committee? Okay, we don't have any scheduled stakeholders, and I don't see any hands raised, but Alita will let me know if there's somewhere else. Otherwise, we'll take a look at the motion.
This is Lita. I do not see any stakeholder hands raised. And we have these in 3 different motions. So let me. I'm sorry, this should not be NA here because this is a surveillance.
So does anybody have any problems with their surveillance?
So not hearing anything, this is Diane Schwilke. I will move to accept the surveillance as adequate.
This is Alex Park. I'll second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, then we can turn our attention to our motion. And we have the previous one listed for us already.
This is John here. I just note that we specifically call out the cardiovascular benefits requirement for one therapeutic agent. Should we add something similar to that in terms of renal protective effects? Kind of given the new indication.
I'm sorry, this is Donna. Can you repeat that question again?
We called out specifically including one drug with cardiovascular benefits. Should we include something in addition, kind of a corollary to that with the renal protective effects?
That is completely up to you if you want to do that or not.
And this is Diane Schwilke.
Was that in the data?
That's more going to be with the SGLT2s though, correct? Not because we're doing 3 separate motions.
Correct. Specifically thinking of the new indication for the pegospasm.
But this is Donna. So this is an updated, this was a surveillance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so was the renal indication included in the original review of the data?
I'll go on the DUR website and look at the last updated report.
Or if Beth, if you remember.
It looks like this was the February 2020 DUR report that was probably reviewed in mid 2020.
Yes, let me just have a quick dig around. I've just lost it all. Yeah, so the actual report, yeah, the latest update was in February 2020. And I don't know specifically if that did include renal. I'm sure it would have done because we saw the renal outcomes in this study. So I'm sure it would have been looking for harms.
So I think we do have a little bit of time as I don't think that applies to the drugs we're currently looking at. So I might suggest that we focus on these ones here, and then maybe I'll ask Beth to give her formal report before we move on to the SGLT2 medications.
Sounds good.
This is Kavita Chawla. I think if committee members agree with not changing anything in the motion, I can start. After considering the efficacy, safety, the evidence of safety, efficacy in special populations for the treatment of diabetes, I move that the GLP-1 agonists, dulaglutide, exenatide ER, liraglutide, lixisenatide, semaglutide, and all combinations listed in the subclass are safe and efficacious. GLP-1 agonists can be subject to therapeutic interchange on the Washington Preferred Drug List. Therapeutic interchange is allowed only within each diabetes subclass. At least one drug with cardiovascular benefits needs to be preferred on the PDL for patients with proven cardiovascular disease. Albiglutide cannot be preferred on the PDL.
Do we have a second?
This is Diane Schwilke, I second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, now maybe then I think as we pull up the next motion, I'll invite Beth to kind of update us on whether we have had a report that specifically goes towards renal protective benefits of our SLGT2s.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the report now, and certainly it wasn't called out in the grade summary. So this is for SGLT2 inhibitors, is that right? Yeah.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay, I can't see, it's not called out in the grade table specifically. There may be some information in the detail of the trials, but I can't really see anything specific about renal protection.
This is Ryan. I also have the report open. I do see that there was one study on Invokana that did have it as a, not the primary outcome, but one of the outcomes. Most of the data around renal seems to be either in the inclusion population, so looking for people that did have some renal disease, but the outcomes of those studies were more focused on cardiovascular or all-cause death, or that they were excluded from a study and did not have anyone with, let's say, end-stage renal disease or other compromised renal conditions. So it really is buried deep in the report. And Beth, I'm looking at page 98. That's the only time that I can see it included as an outcome.
Yes, I completely agree with your summary. I'd say if it's in there, it's pretty buried. Yeah, I can see that tram now.
Okay, so Donna, your thoughts?
Well, normally we wouldn't include the indication if it hasn't gone through a full review, and it doesn't sound like there's much in the report about the renal effects.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the focus was the cardiovascular outcomes specifically. And I know they're interrelated, but it may well be that was why it's not been called out specifically.
And this is Ryan. Yeah, just looking at the search strategy, it doesn't look like it was included within the original scoping for that report. But on that point, John, this may be of interest to DURP states in the future. And the reason that we're bringing this as, I think, a topic brief today is because it did not move forward when the states voted on next year's July going forward, next year's DURP plans. So that's why we're bringing it today in this state, and we can propose this when we do topic nominations in the future.
You're right.
Okay, if everybody's okay with the motion as stands, but I will make a motion after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of diabetes. I move that canagliflozin, empagliflozin, dapagliflozin, and all combinations in the subclass are safe and efficacious for the treatment of their approved indications. SGLT2 inhibitors can be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington preferred drug list. Therapeutic interchange is allowed only within each diabetes subclass. At least one drug with cardiovascular benefits needs to be preferred on the PDL for patients with proven cardiovascular disease.
This is John. I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, very good. Looks like we got through our agenda for the morning, so we'll take a break for lunch. Lita, do you?
Hang on, Jordan.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Lita. We have one more motion.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
This is Kavita Chawla. After considering the efficacy of safety, after considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of diabetes, I move that DPP-4 inhibitors, linagliptin, saxagliptin, alogliptin, sitagliptin, and all listed combination drugs in the subclass are safe and efficacious. DPP-4 inhibitors can be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington Preferred Drug List. Therapeutic interchange is allowed only within each diabetes subclass.
This is Michael Corsillis. I second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, with that, then I think we're ready to go for lunch. Lita, would you like us back at 12:30 or in 30 minutes?
Let's do 30 minutes. So let's come back at, let's just say 12:45.
All right, this is George Storhaug. Looks like it's about time for that, so I think we can get everything started. Our first item on the agenda is an update on kind of our process from Donna Sullivan.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Donna. Yeah.
Great, thanks. So Lita, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So what I really wanted to do is give you just a brief overview of the DUR board and the P&T committee and kind of provide some explanation of the differences of the two bodies, the P&T committee being one body, the DUR board being under a different regulatory process. So also wanted to look at some of the roles and responsibilities of those of us that attend the meetings and staff the meetings. Myself, I'm the Chief Pharmacy Officer for the Healthcare Authority. I pretty much oversee prescription drug purchasing strategies, which includes the Drug Price Transparency Program, the Prescription Drug Consortium. Soon we'll be implementing and creating a prescription drug affordability board, as well as managing the pharmacy benefits for Medicaid and the public and school employees benefits. We have Ryan Pistoresi, who's the Assistant Chief Pharmacy Officer, who primarily oversees our PEB and SEB program, as well as managing the clinical policy development within both Uniform Medical Plan and Medicaid. And then he also is our representative on the Drug Effectiveness Review Project Governance Board and on that steering committee as well. We have Lita Avaskis, who's the Northwest Prescription Drug Consortium Operations Manager. The Northwest Consortium has actually rebranded now. We're called eRayRx, and we've just launched our new discount card earlier this year. Lita also manages the P&T committee / DUR board meetings and the contracts with the committee members. She schedules the meetings, manages all the logistics. She manages the preferred drug list, the Washington preferred drug list that's posted on our WPDP website. And then she oversees the cost analysis process that Ryan goes through to determine which will be the preferred drugs for UMP and LNI after you've made your motions. So you can go to the next slide. We also have Amy Irwin, who's our Medicaid Pharmacy Operations Manager. She manages the fee-for-service Medicaid program. She has a team of about almost 10 people now, I think. And she also assists with the Washington PDL cost analysis with some of the, pulling some of the data for us. We also have Marissa Tabili, who is our Apple Health PDL manager, and she also is the Drug Utilization Review Manager. So she's the one that is doing the day-to-day changes for the Apple Health PDL. So like when new NDCs come to the market, making sure that they get appropriately placed, or if there's a new strength on a drug, making sure that that gets appropriately placed. There's Luke Dearden, who's one of our clinical pharmacists as well. He helps us do some of the clinical policies and presents them to you, in addition to Marissa. We have Ryan Takatomo, also a clinical pharmacist that works pretty much on monitoring the pipeline of new products that are coming to market and identifying some high-cost drugs that we carve out of our managed care responsibility. Ryan also helps us with the clinical policies as well. And then Joey Zarati, who's the Apple Health PDL coordinator, he assists with the new drug report as well, and does a lot of the configuration of the PDL drug classes in our claims processing system. And we also have representatives from Labor and Industries, Jamie Mai, who is the pharmacy director for Labor and Industries, Doug Tuman, who's also works at Labor and Industries, and then Christy Pham from Labor and Industries as well. Next slide. And then what I didn't mention, what we don't have on here, we also have representatives from our managed care plans. We have 5 managed care plans: Molina, Coordinated Care, Community Health Plan of Washington, United, and Amerigroup. And we have invited their pharmacy directors to attend these meetings as well. So kind of background on the Washington Prescription Drug Program. In June of 2003, the legislature created the Washington PDP, and it really was built around having an evidence-based formulary. And it was a coordinated effort between the healthcare authorities, our Uniform Medical Plan, our self-funded program, Medicaid, which was in DSHS at the time, and then Labor and Industries. And the Washington PDL is a subset of about 35 drug classes now. So it's really a subset of each program's overall formulary or drug list. It's not an all comprehensive preferred drug list. And that's why we specifically call it the Washington PDL and not labeling it Medicaid or UMP or LNI. And really the goal of this legislation was to look at the evidence when we were deciding which drugs that we were going to cover. And also at that time, prescription drug costs were increasing. In 2003, it was a much different array of drugs that we were looking at. And it has, over time, the program has changed a little bit as the drugs have become more expensive and more complicated with multiple indications that are a wide variety of indications for a single drug, as we discussed earlier today with the TIMS class. So next slide. So the WPDP really has 2 components. Part of it is the Washington Preferred Drug List. So the drugs that are reviewed by Oregon Health Sciences University, those drug classes are the drug classes that make up the Washington Preferred Drug List. It also has the endorsing practitioner therapeutic interchange program. We'll go into more detail about that. It established the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee, and a subsequent piece of the legislation established the Northwest Prescription Drug Consortium, which is built off of the evidence-based program in the previous legislation. Next slide. So our P&T committee members, we went with 10 members. The membership really needs to mirror the Medicaid requirements for the DUR board. The federal requirement for the Drug Utilization Review Board states that the committee or the board cannot be more than 51% physicians or pharmacists. And so we chose to have 4 physicians, 4 pharmacists, 1 physician assistant, and 1 advanced nurse practitioner on the committee, so that we could make sure that the committee is well balanced. We also try to make sure that we have an array of provider types or specialties, so focusing on mental health, as well as internal medicine, so that we have a broad array of of representation on the committee. The rules that we put into place says that the board or the PMT committee will meet at least quarterly. However, we chose to meet every 2 months so that we could do both PMT committee information or activities, as well as the required drug utilization review activities for the Medicaid program. The committee reviews the reports that are prepared by the Drug Effectiveness Review Project, and that's really looking at the comparative efficacy and safety of these medications in special populations. And whenever possible, we really try to look at comparative efficacy rather than just randomized controlled, placebo-controlled trials. So we're really trying to look at, is one drug better than the other? We determine, the committee will determine which drugs are equally safe and effective based on that evidence that is presented. And then we'll also be looking at special populations. So I'm going to give a really old example. Back in the day, Ramipril, had the HOPE study, and it was found to have cardiovascular outcomes similar to what we were talking about today. And so we're looking to see, is there a special population where if we don't make a drug preferred wide open for everyone, is there a targeted population that we would want to make sure that there's easier access to it for people that meet the criteria of that population? And then the committee also determines whether or not it's appropriate to do therapeutic interchange within a drug class on the PDO. Next, okay, so the Drug Effectiveness Review Project, I think the states in here might be a little out of date. I don't remember off the top of my head who's all
This
in
is
it.
Lita, I updated them.
Oh, great, thank you, Lita. I wasn't sure. I'm like, I know there's been some changes and I haven't been attending recently. So we do have 14 states. Most of them are really represented by their Medicaid programs. Washington is one of the only states that really uses the DURP information to both inform their public employees as well as their the Medicaid program. We're trying to have like the one healthcare authority when we come to clinical policy decision making. Go ahead and next slide. So the DURP reports. These have changed over time. And we have several different types of reports. We have a new class review. And these types of reports are where new drugs are eligible for inclusion. So, but how we started it is we would commission a report that would do a full review of the evidence on a particular drug class. And they would, the DURP or the center would look at all of the studies within a particular period of time and go through. They would grade the evidence and they would do any comparative efficacy analyses on those particular drugs and really digging into safety and efficacy. They would, and we call them new class review, an update to an existing class. There could be a single drug addendum. Let's say a new drug comes out in a class and we just did a full update, but their information was published after the cutoff period of the report. So we want to really dig into that particular drug so we can add it to the PDL, or a particular topic brief. So a topic brief is kind of just like looking at the individual studies that are out there, lifting the lid a little bit to see what the efficacy is for those for the drugs, but it's not a full review of the evidence like an updated report. But those are the types of reports where a new drug that's identified in that report is then eligible to be on the PDL. If it hasn't gone through that full review or a topic brief or a single addendum, the new products that weren't included in those reports are not eligible to be preferred on the PDL. They can be on the PDL, but they're not eligible to be preferred. We have surveillance reports that we conduct almost every year for each of the drug classes. And this is where if a new drug is identified in a surveillance report, it's not eligible for inclusion as preferred on the PDL. A surveillance report is really just what we saw today, summarizing the availability of the new evidence, the identifies the new drugs, new indications since the last review. It will summarize, are they randomized controlled trials that have come out? Is there new comparative efficacy that has come out? Are there new safety information that's come out? But it doesn't go into the specifics of the studies. They don't go in and grade the evidence. They don't do any comparative efficacy or safety comparisons, which is why any new drugs identified are not included, are not eligible for the PDL. We want to make sure that this is an evidence-based PDL and not just adding Me Too drugs into the mix without having them go through a full-blown review. Any questions? I'm going to pause because that's a lot of information. Any questions on the report types? Okay, go ahead, Lita. And if you do have a question, just raise your hand or interrupt me, and I will try to answer it to the best of my ability. So what is our process? The P&T committee makes recommendations on the PDL based on evidence. We then will pull data from Labor and Industries and Uniform Medical Plan, and we'll do an actuary analysis, cost analyses, looking at the utilization and the net cost of rebates that UMP and LNI pay for those particular drugs. The work group, who consists of most of the clinical pharmacists and the LNI staff that I mentioned earlier, reviews the cost analysis. They might make changes to the analysis or ask the actuary to make different scenarios where they're shifting, with different drugs being preferred, what would happen. And then they make recommendations for the agency directors to approve. And then we'll send that memo to the agency directors with our recommendation and the rationale why, along with the cost analysis, and the agency directors then approve any changes to the Washington PDL that will be made. The staff then sends out a notice. Usually it comes from the Gov delivery about what the changes to the PDL have been made, and then at a certain point in the future, usually on the first day of a particular quarter, we will implement those PDL changes. Next slide, Lita. Oh, I got a hand. Kavita, go ahead.
Hey, Donna, thank you. So if you could go back to the previous slide, please. So like the P&T committee is an open to public meeting. Is the work group that reviews the cost analysis, is that meeting open to public, or basically are any of the other steps after the P&T meeting, are any of the other steps open to public?
No, the rebates are confidential and proprietary. So that's why it's done with state staff. And so it can't be open to the public for that particular reason. The agency director's memos are publicly disclosable. And then the staff notices of the PDL changes are sent out publicly. So the actual work group decision making, though, is not an open public meeting.
So the cost analysis part of the cycle is what's not open to the public, it sounds
Correct.
like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so the PDL, it's a list of drugs selected by the agency. It's really focusing on the drug classes that are reviewed by the Drug Effectiveness Review Project. We began using it in January of 2004. And currently it's only the specific drugs that are listed as preferred on the Washington PDL are only preferred for Uniform Medical Plan and the Department of Labor and Industries. Medicaid will follow, our Medicaid program follows the P&T committee's motions, but we do our own cost analysis independent of UMP and Labor and Industries, because of the federal rebate program for Medicaid makes the prices for the Medicaid drugs so much different from the prices that are offered to the more commercial-like plans. Next slide. So status of drugs on the PDL. So if a drug is preferred, it doesn't doesn't have therapeutic interchange. So it is it might have a prior authorization to make sure that it's being used for a clinically appropriate indication, but we don't do therapeutic interchange. Non-preferred drugs are subject to therapeutic interchange under certain circumstances. So if they are in a new drug class, included in a new drug class review, so that list of reports that I said, an update to an existing class or a single drug addendum or a topic brief, then they would be subject to therapeutic interchange. There are certain classes of drugs that the legislature determined should not have therapeutic interchange. So they got them refill protection. So the statute says, unless it's subject to therapeutic interchange, unless it's in one of the following classes. So the antipsychotics, the antidepressants, anti-epileptic drugs, chemotherapy, HIV medications, immunosuppressants. And again, at the time, that was really targeting transplant rejection medications and hepatitis C drugs. And the hepatitis C drugs is really specific to the injectable drugs, the way the statute is written. And then it's allowed, and therapeutic interchange is also, we make sure that the committee determines whether or not it's really appropriate to do therapeutic interchange on other drug classes. We don't want to be changing a medication on a patient if it's not clinically appropriate in order to do that interchange. And then it also has to be allowed by an endorsing prescriber. So we have, I think we're going to go into this in a subsequent slide, but the prescriber has to write substitution permitted. If a prescriber signs the dispensed as written blank on a prescription, then therapeutic interchange is not allowed and the non-preferred drug gets dispensed. Next slide. So status of drugs on the PDL, if it's in a PDL class but not included in the DUR report, it's covered according to the program benefit design. Therapeutic interchange doesn't apply. And when therapeutic interchange doesn't apply, DAW does not apply either. So if the committee says a class cannot be subject to therapeutic interchange, if a prescriber writes for a non-preferred drug and signs it dispensed as written, we do not honor the dispensed as written. They still have to go through the preferred product or through a prior authorization process. Drug classes not on the PDL are covered according to the program benefit design. We also have an archive process. HCA recommends drug classes to be archived pretty much when the drug effectiveness review project has stopped doing any surveillance on those drug classes. Examples are the beta blockers, ACE inhibitors, antihistamines. We no longer review those on an annual basis. The DUR project doesn't have the funding to continue to do surveillance reports on older medications where there's not a lot of new data coming out to into the being published. The committee will review the final surveillance report. They'll vote on whether the drug class is appropriate to archive, determine if therapeutic interchange and dispensed as written rules are appropriate to continue without further clinical review. And then we ask that you allow us to make changes to these drug classes if there's changes in cost, but still following the recommendations from the last motion that was given to the agencies. We keep the archived drug classes on the PDL, and then either the committee or the work group may reactivate any archived drug class if we feel that there's significant changes made in the evidence base for the class or for its indications, or any safety issues that might come out. We could bring them back and then do another evidence review. Next slide. So the Endorsing Practitioner Therapeutic Interchange Program, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail. It created a process for HCA to have prescribers in Washington sign up to endorse the list. They would review it, they sign up, and we have a file of endorsing providers that we use when we adjudicate claims, and we can identify who has signed up to be an endorsing provider. When a prescription comes through for a non-preferred drug, the pharmacist is directed to automatically interchange the preferred drug for any non-preferred drug and notify the prescriber of the change. And this was really targeted to try to reduce the administrative burden of having a preferred drug list, or having the pharmacist have to call and you know, the prescriber prescribed Nexium, and at the time Prilosec OTC was preferred. We didn't want the pharmacist to have to call the doctor to get a new prescription to dispense Prilosec OTC. I remember as a dispensing pharmacist, a lot of times the doctor would like, whatever proton pump inhibitors on the formulary, dispense that one. But we would still have to call to get a prescription. So this was really, the idea was for this to reduce that that administrative burden on both the prescriber as well as the dispensing pharmacist, especially when drugs were relatively safe and effective and it didn't really matter which one you tried, especially if it was a new start. Again, it was therapeutic interchange is allowed unless it's a refill of one of the protected classes, or if the doctor writes or prescriber writes dispensed as written on the prescription. If so, then they will be allowed to dispense the non-preferred drug. And we have about 7,200 endorsing practitioners in the state right now. And I get asked all of the time, what percentage of all prescribers are endorsing practitioners? And I don't know. There's, you know, I think over 20,000 licensed prescribers, but we don't know if they're actively practicing within the state or, you know, if they're retired, but they have an active license. So all I can tell you is how many are endorsing, and it's difficult to give percentages if that was interested to anybody. Next slide. So we have the DUR board. The Drug Utilization Review Board is required by Section 1927 of the Social Security Act, and it's specific to Medicaid. And that's why we have really the procedural, formal procedural adjourning of the P&T committee and convening of the DUR board. The P&T committee, their recommendations for the Washington Preferred Drug List are recommendations to the Public Employees, School Employees Program, as well as Labor and Industries and Medicaid, all three of those programs. Whereas the DUR board is specific to Medicaid. So the clinical policies that we're bringing to you, or you know, quantity limits that we're talking about, the drug classes that are reviewed by Magellan, those are specific to Medicaid, the Apple Health PDL, and our utilization management program. So we use the same committee members for convenience, but we want to make sure that we have that procedural separation between the two bodies. So the DUR board recommends programs or interventions based on data that's provided. I know we haven't looked at a lot of data in a while since the Apple Health PDL has been created. We review and approve DUR programs proposed by Medicaid, which are the clinical policies that we do bring. We have that collaborative interaction where you're looking at the specific criteria and, you know, helping us come up with, you know, a good policy that's medically sound. And we ask that you review and approve those so that we're making sure that they have a nice clinical review, as well as being reviewed in an open public setting, so that we get stakeholder input as well as the committee input. And then we can also engage in provider education activities when appropriate. And in the past, we have done some opioid-related provider education activities. Next slide. So the Apple Health PDL, we began implementing it in January of 2018. We did some quarterly phasing in of the implementation, and we completed the final drug class implementation. I believe it was April of 2020. We have, I believe it's more than 484 drug classes now. As sometimes we identify, we need to split a drug class into 2 different classes. Excuse me. But we still are participating in the top supplemental rebate pool that is administered by Magellan Medicaid Administration. Sorry, I went on mute so I could cough. Okay, so our Apple Health PDL process, we have Magellan that reviews the drug classes. Those are presented by Umang. And then we will look at its clinical merits relative to the other medications in the same class. Magellan reviews the published literature, peer-to-peer clinical trials, and then they develop a therapeutic class review. And then the slides that are presented are a summary of that therapeutic class review. They're looking at data regarding efficacy, safety, adverse events, side effects, also compared to other the drugs in that class. Magellan presents those class reviews, and then from that analysis, the board determines an agent superiority, equivalency, or inferiority relative to those different classes. And we do that through the motions that you make. So if you are concerned that you have the same opportunity really in the motion to change the motion as if you would as you would from the P&T committee. The next slide. We also have a financial analysis or cost analysis. So Magellan manages maybe about 200 drug classes, and then twice a year they will do a cost analysis when they get updated rebate offers, and they give to us, they call them cost sheets. And so we will we will review those drug classes that are have either new supplemental rebate bids, and then also looking at what their current costs are, and then we'll make any decisions to make those PDL, any changes to the PDL. And then after considering, again, we consider the board's recommendations as well as the P&T committee recommendations, and we make sure that any changes that we're making are in compliance with those recommendations. Next slide. And I think this is the last slide. Just a bunch of acronyms that we try to keep adding to our list so that when we're using them, you have a cheat sheet. And I believe when we were in public, it used to be in the back of your notebooks, but now that we are not meeting in public, we'll just keep this handy for you when you have when we have the meetings. Any other questions? I know Kavita, I don't know if you have a new question or if you just didn't put your hand down from before. Okay, great. Any questions?
Donna, this is John McKay. I was just wondering, do any of the MCOs recognize the TIPS program?
No. Thanks for bringing that up. So the therapeutic interchange program, it was a good idea, but it did actually exclude the fully insured managed care plans from the public employees and school employees, as well as the Medicaid program. So it only applies to Medicaid fee-for-service, labor and industries, and the self-funded ERB programs for PEB and SEB. I also don't think it happens in practice. I mean, certain independent pharmacies under collaborative practice agreements were already doing some sort of therapeutic interchange before the law was passed. But it was, from our experience, a lot of the larger pharmacy chains, they had legal advice that prohibited them from doing it, even though it was allowed under the law. There was concern about liability from the pharmacist's perspective of making a change to a prescribed medication without getting the doctor to, give an order for a new medication. So I don't think it happens a lot, even though it is a possibility. And we still go through the motions of having the therapeutic interchange edits in our claims processing system. But I don't think it occurs that often. Any other questions? Well, great. Thank you very much, Lita. Give it back to you or Jordan.
Yeah, I think we're ready to start doing some of that work that you're talking about for the DUR board. So we'll convene the board and start with our asthma and COPD agents. And we'll start off with our presentation from Umang.
Okay, and I'm gonna turn this over to Marissa.
Okay, this is Marissa. Umang, are you able to see the slides on your screen?
I can, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Ready.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm Umang Patel from Magellan Medicaid. We'll be reviewing a few topics here. If we can go to slide 3, the first one being COPD agents. Just to refresh the committee's memory, you may see if you kind of look at the screen, next slide, please. If you look at the screen and you see COPD agents, sometimes the topic names of the therapeutic classes don't always align one-to-one. The top line will be how Magellan Medicaid refers them to, and then the subsequent asthma COPD agents, anticholinergics, PDE4 inhibitors, muscarinic agents, and beta agonist combos, and long-acting muscarinic agents are the subclasses that are on the Apple Health PDL that fall under this. When we do create these clinical update slides, we look at roughly the past 12 months or so worth of significant clinical updates. That can be new medications, new indications, formulations, recalls, or anything that is significant to prescribers and the public. And if there is no, or if there are no updates within the last 12 or 13 months, then there is no subsequent slide and it goes right into the next topic. This is the first one that is just like that. So for the COPD agent class, there are no significant clinical updates. Marissa, I'll pause because I'm not sure if there is a separate voting that needs to be done, or if I just keep going to the next topic.
Hey, Uma, we do have a separate motion for this. So what we can do is we can just do the motion at the end of the other asthma and COPD agents.
Okay.
So actually, Lita, I apologize. This was an oversight on my end. Do we have any stakeholders for this particular section on the agenda?
Let's see. Yes, we do. We have 2.
Okay. I think then Umang will just continue on with the motion then after this section. So Lita, we'll go ahead and actually I need to actually show the PDL. So let me show the PDL.
Sounds good, no problem.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, this is Marissa. So DUR board, this is the Apple Health PDL. This is just showing you all the drugs that we have preferred and non-preferred in those anticholinergics, PDE4s, long-acting muscarinic agents combos, and the long-acting muscarinic agents class. So as you can see, I'll just go down the list pretty quickly. For all the anticholinergics, we have pretty much all of the products in that class preferred. And this is not in order, I apologize. For PDE4s, I apologize, it's in alphabetical order. For PDE4s, we have just Daliresp in that class. So that's the only preferred product. It's preferred on our AHPDL. For the long-acting muscarinic beta agonist combinations right here, we do have DUR or Stiolto Respimat is our preferred product on the AHPDL. And then just going to the long-acting muscarinic agents right here,
The preferred product in that class is Spiriva HandiHaler. So I'll go ahead and pause if the DUR board has any questions. If not, we can go ahead and move over to the stakeholders and then the motion after that.
Okay. It sounds like we are ready for our stakeholders then, of which we have those two. First up would be Mark Manival of Boehringer Ingelheim. And then after that will be Carrie Johnson of Amgen.
This is Lita. I do not see Mark on the call. So why don't we move to Carrie Johnson, and then we have a hand raised.
Perfect. Carrie Johnson, you
Yep.
ready?
Can you hear me okay? Yep.
Yes, we can
I'm
hear you.
right
Go
here.
ahead and start. You have 3
Great.
minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Carrie Johnson. I'm a pharmacist with Amgen Medical Affairs again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Tezspire, tezepelumab. Tezspire is a first-in-class biologic for severe asthma that acts at the top of an inflammatory cascade by targeting thymic stromal lymphopoietin, TSLP, an epithelial cytokine. Blocking TSLP reduces biomarkers and multiple cytokines associated with inflammation, including blood eosinophils, IgE, IL-5, and IL-13, among others. Tezspire is the first and only biologic to consistently and significantly reduce asthma exacerbations across phase 2 and 3 clinical trials and in a broad population of severe asthma patients, irrespective of key biomarkers, including blood eosinophil counts, allergic status, and fractional exhaled nitric oxide. As such, Tezspire is the first and only biologic for severe asthma that does not have a phenotype, eosinophilic or allergic or biomarker limitation within its approved label. Tezspire was originally granted FDA breakthrough designation for patients with severe asthma without an eosinophilic phenotype in September of 2018, then received FDA approval in December 2021 for add-on maintenance treatment of adult and pediatric patients ages 12 years or older with severe asthma following a priority review by the FDA. Recommended dose of Tezspire is 210 milligrams administered subcutaneously once every 4 weeks by a healthcare professional. Please see the full prescribing information at amgen.com for further details. Patients with severe uncontrolled asthma represent a small portion of the overall asthma population. However, these patients have a disproportionately high burden of disease. Although other biologics are available, up to 20% of severe asthma patients are ineligible for existing biologic therapies, and approximately 35% of severe asthma patients are uncontrolled. Tezspire represents a novel approach to treating asthma, severe asthma, by inhibiting TSLP, an upstream mediator of multiple downstream inflammatory pathways. Tezspire uniquely addresses the heterogeneity of severe asthma. Within the prescribing information, there are 2 pivotal registrational trials. Both trials are fully published. Pathway was the phase 2 trial that supported breakthrough designation. Navigator was the pivotal phase 3 trial that supported priority review status. Both trials were 52-week randomized placebo-controlled trials that were designed to evaluate the efficacy of Tezspire on asthma exacerbations in patients with severe asthma. Importantly, there were no restrictions on biomarker status for eligibility. Tezspire demonstrated statistically significant reductions in asthma exacerbations across these 2 clinical trials, showing a 71% reduction in Navigator and a 56% reduction in Pathway. It is the only asthma biologic to demonstrate statistically significant reduction in exacerbations in patients with eosinophils less than 300 cells per microliter. The FDA reviewed this as a key differentiator and thus supported the breakthrough designation. From a safety perspective, Tezspire had an adverse event profile similar to that of placebo, most common adverse events being pharyngitis, arthralgia, and back pain. In summary, Tezspire is the first and only biologic for severe asthma without phenotypic or biomarker limitations and has consistently demonstrated statistically significant reductions in annual asthma exacerbation rates across the registrational trials. Please make Tezspire available to your members per label. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Carrie.
Yep, thank you.
All right, and then next up we have Donna Thomas, and we'll have you next. If you can just let us know who you're representing as well.
So thanks. This is Mark Manival. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. And Donna and I work together for Boehringer Ingelheim. So I'm going to give stakeholder discussion for BI. Are you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Super. So again, my name is Mark Manival. I'm a pharmacist. I was born in Washington and I live in Washington and I work in Washington. I'm a value evidence liaison for Boehringer Ingelheim, and I'm going to talk to you today to draw your attention to some important guidelines and recommendations for the treatment of people with COPD that Dr. Patel mentioned earlier in his discussion. COPD is a heterogeneous condition with wide variation in clinical manifestations that require individualizing the pharmacologic treatment approach based upon exacerbation history, symptoms, side effects, and eosinophil count. In 2020, Gold released a revision to their 2019 report that provides clinicians with an non-biased review of the assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of COPD. Also in 2020, the ATS and ERS, American Thoracic Society and European Respiratory Society, issued official updated clinical practice guidelines for the pharmacologic treatment of COPD with the following recommendations. LAMA and LAMA-LABAs remain the cornerstone of COPD maintenance treatment. Triple therapy is not recommended as initial maintenance treatment. Inhaled corticosteroid-containing regimens require assessment of risk versus benefit, as regular treatment with ICS increases the risk of pneumonia, especially in patients with severe disease. For initial therapy, Gold recommends the threshold eosinophil count of 300 to initiate inhaled corticosteroid component in patients in Group D. In follow-up, Gold recommends to consider the addition of an inhaled corticosteroid to long-acting bronchodilators in patients with eosinophil counts greater than 100 cells per microliter if they had 2 or more moderate exacerbations or 1 severe exacerbation, and to avoid ICS in patients with levels below this. Inhaled corticosteroid withdrawal or de-escalation should be considered in those with no exacerbations in the past year. Inappropriate use of inhaled corticosteroids may be associated with an increased risk of side effects, including pneumonia. Not all patients with COPD benefit from the use of inhaled corticosteroids. Several studies have shown extensive use of inhaled corticosteroids in patients for which they may not be recommended. Gold, ATS, and ERS are unbiased collaborations of COPD experts, reinforcing LAMAs and LAMA-LABAs as a preferred treatment for the majority of patients with COPD. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to go to Boehringer Ingelheim. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So then I think I don't see anybody else. And Marissa, then do you have a suggested motion for the committee?
Marissa, yep, I will go ahead and pull it up right now. Okay, it should be ready to go for you, Jordan.
Thank you.
This is Alex Park. Just a procedural question. Marissa and Jordan, are we, I think with the prior stakeholder, the first one that spoke on in this section was talking about one of the monoclonal agents. Or do we have a separate motion for that, or are we bunching all of these together?
So for my
Yeah, Dr. Park, we are actually doing a separate motion for the monoclonal antibodies. There's a different, we wanted to kind of separate that clinical update. So that's a little bit later, I believe, two reviews after this particular motion. So that'll
okay.
Yeah.
So we are handling the anticholinergics right now, the PDE4 inhibitors, the long-acting muscarinics, including in combination. And then when we finish that, we'll do the inhaled corticosteroids, including their combinations. And then the 2 away is monoclonal antibodies, all covering asthma and COPD.
Got it. Well, we will remember that stakeholders' comments for that section. I'll make the motion here. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 2 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status, And grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with this indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Diane Schwilke, I second.
All approved, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, we'll move on to our next topic, which is the inhaled corticosteroids, and back to Umang for his presentation.
Perfect, thank you. So in this class, we'll be reviewing specifically inhaled corticosteroids and their combinations. A little bit of background. So the prevalence of asthma in the United States continues to rise. More than 25 million Americans have asthma, and over 5 million of them are children. The NAEPP has defined asthma as a chronic inflammatory disorder of which the airways, in which many cells and cellular elements play a role. In susceptible individuals, inflammation may cause recurrent episodes of wheezing, breathlessness, chest tightness, and coughing. These episodes are usually associated with airflow obstruction that is often reversible either spontaneously or with treatment. The inflammation also causes an increase in bronchial hyperresponsiveness to a variety of stimuli. And the studies have demonstrated the efficacy of inhaled corticosteroids in improving lung function, reducing symptoms, reducing frequency and severity of exacerbations, and improving the quality of life of patients with asthma. The 2007 National Heart, Lung, Blood Institute states that inhaled corticosteroids are currently the most effective anti-inflammatory medications for the treatment of persistent asthma. And the 2019 GINA full report advises that all patients with asthma should receive ICS-containing controller treatment to reduce the risk of serious exacerbation and to control symptoms. On the next slide here, a little update to the GINA guidelines in 2021. The guidelines offer a control-based management plan to adjust treatment in a continuous cycle of assessment, treatment, and the review of patients' response as it relates to symptom control, future risk of exacerbations, and side effects. Equally important in this process is identifying the patient's own goals regarding their asthma management to ensure improved outcomes. In patients whose asthma is not adequately controlled on the preferred controller, despite, excuse me, I just lost my train of thought there. Good adherence and correct technique, a step up in treatment may be added until control is achieved. This can be a short-term or sustained step-up therapy. If control is maintained for at least 3 months on the current regimen, treatment can be stepped down to the lowest step and dosage that maintains said control. Patients should be started on treatment-based symptoms with infrequent symptoms beginning at step 1, and patients with the most frequent, severe, or debilitating symptoms beginning at step 4. Notably, a reliever therapy can be considered for symptom management prior to exercise if needed. And the GINA 2021 guidelines describe 2 treatment tracks, track 1 and track 2, which you'll see it on the next slide, but just to kind of give, there's a lot on the next slide. So I just wanted to kind of give you a watered down version. In track 1, the reliever is as needed, low dose ICS formoterol. And in track 2, the reliever is an as needed SABA, in which the alternative approach when track 1 is not an option or not preferred for a specific patient reason. So on the next slide here, you can see the track 1, track 2, and other controller options. And so I try to bold what I had just stated in the previous slide. In track 1 on slide or line 5, the reliever is an as needed low dose ICS formoterol. And then in track 2, the reliever is an as needed SABA, which is the alternative to track 1 when track 1 is not an option. So I know there's a little bit of information here. I'm just going to pause right there. Okay. Alrighty. On the next slide here, we have the American College of Chest Physicians in 2020, a 2020 expert panel on the management of chronic cough due to asthma and non-asthmatic eosinophilic bronchitis in adults and adolescents addressed the role of ICS in these patients. For patients with chronic cough due to asthma as a unique system, they recommend ICS as first-line treatment. If this is inadequate, the dose may be increased. Treatment can be switched to a leukotriene inhibitor, or an ICS LABA can be considered. ICS are also recommended for first-line for chronic cough due to NAEB, although they are not FDA approved at this time. And the NAEPP in 2020 recommended a similar classification of asthma severity and control to guide in the initiation and adjustment of therapy, respectively. Asthma severity and control are defined in terms of two domains, impairment and risk. The distinction between the domains emphasize the need to consider separately asthma's effect on quality of life and functional capacity on an ongoing basis, along with the risks of adverse event, such as exacerbations and progressive loss of pulmonary function. The group recommends a stepwise approach to asthma management, which is detailed in the table below. In addition, all asthma patients should have SABA inhaler for use as an as-needed basis. As-needed ICS with formoterol is recommended instead for patients 5 to 11 years of age at step 3 and 4, but SABA is recommended as an alternative. And lastly, for combinations as an ICS and a LABA for patients 5 years of age or older, the group states a single inhaler is preferable. Now on the next slide here, again, just to refresh the committee's memory, whenever there is an update to an existing medication, I try to bold the significant update. If it is a brand new drug, then everything will be bold. So in July 2021, FDA approved Arminair Respaclick for the maintenance treatment of asthma as prophylactic therapy in patients 4 to 11 years old. Previously, it was only approved 12 years or older. So again, no adjustments to the limitations, precautions. In terms of the dosing, it's one inhalation of 30 micrograms or 55 micrograms twice daily, and no adjustment in the availability here. There is a new generic here. The first FDA-approved generic for AstraZeneca's Symbicort from Mylan. This occurred in March of 2022 this year, and the product will be marketed under the name Breyna, and the launch is expected later this year. On the next slide, and the final slide for this topic, we have Arminair Digihaler. And so in April 2022, FDA approved this medication for the maintenance treatment of asthma as prophylactic therapy in adults and pediatric patients 4 years of age or older. Previously, this also was indicated only in patients 12 years or older. Similar to the previous medication I mentioned, no changes in precautions, dosage or availability here. I'll go ahead and pause right there for the committee.
Marissa, did you want to review the PDL for us?
Hey, Marissa. Yep, I'm ready to go.
All right, go ahead.
So this is how convenient. Both you can see the inhaled corticosteroid combos and the inhaled corticosteroids on the screen. So just to go through it, we have Advair Discus and Advair HFA, and also looks like a budesonide and Dulera, and then the generic Advairs of fluticasone, salmeterol generics, and then we also have Symbicort as our preferred agents. Everything else is not preferred in the inhaled corticosteroid combinations. And then just for inhaled corticosteroids, we have, budesonide, Flovent, Discus, HFA, and Pulmicort Flexhaler as our preferred products in those classes. So I'll go ahead and pause for any questions.
Thanks, Marissa, for running us through that so effectively. We do have a stakeholder for this topic. That's Rochelle Yang of Teva Pharmaceuticals.
All right, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Rochelle. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. My name is Rochelle Yang, and I'm a pharmacist with Teva Medical Affairs.
wanted to first emphasize Teva's shared commitment to improving outcomes in patients with asthma. And with that shared goal in mind, I wanted to provide some information around the portfolio of e-connected inhaler devices called the DigiHalers, which are currently non-preferred on the Apple Health PDL. So this platform consists of 3 different dry powder inhalers: the ProAir DigiHaler, which is a short-acting rescue inhaler containing albuterol; the ArminAir DigiHaler, which is a controller inhaler that contains fluticasone; and lastly, the AirDuo DigiHaler, which is another controller inhaler containing a combination of fluticasone and salmeterol. And I'll refer to the full prescribing information for each of those products for additional information. But I wanted to focus my comments on the technology and the capabilities. So each DigiHaler contains a built-in electronic module which detects, records, and stores data on inhalation events, such as when and how often the patients use their inhaler. In addition, the DigiHaler also measures the peak inspiratory flow rate, so that quantifies that an adequate therapeutic dose of medication was delivered to the patient and can provide insight into whether the inhalation was performed correctly, since we know that inhaler technique can be an issue for many patients. All of this data is transmitted in real time via Bluetooth to a free smartphone app, which also provides notifications, messages, and reports, including feedback on inhalation technique, rescue inhaler overuse, as well as reminders to take their maintenance inhalers. With patient consent, providers can also access this data in a variety of ways, including via a secure online provider portal. So in summary, uncontrolled asthma continues to pose a significant burden to patients and the broader healthcare system. The objective inhaler data that's collected by the DigiHaler system can be used to track and monitor patients' inhaler use, including identifying poor technique, overuse of rescue inhalers, and non-adherence to controller medications, which can help patients and providers make more informed treatment decisions. So as such, I'd like to request consideration of the DigiHaler family as a preferred treatment option on the Apple Health PDL, and that concludes my prepared remarks. I'd like to thank the committee and happy to address any questions.
Thank you so very much. I don't see that we have any hands raised. So Marissa, I might ask you to get our motion ready.
This is Michael Corsillis. I'd like to make the motion. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 5 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Susan Flattabo, I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, sounds like we have unanimous consent. So then just keep on moving along with this topic. Asthma and COPD, back to Umang to talk about the monoclonal antibodies.
Perfect, thank you. And since this kind of all falls under asthma, COPD, there won't be, the background guidelines again. We'll just move right into updated drug-specific specific clinical updates. So the first one we have here is for Dupixent. In the last 12 months, there are 2 large updates. First, in June of 2021, FDA approved a 200 milligram per 1.14 milliliter single dose auto injector or pre-filled pen for use in patients 12 years of age or older. It was already approved at a pre-filled syringe and auto injector, and pre-filled syringe. And so just an added formulation here. And in October 2022, FDA expanded the indication of add-on maintenance treatment with moderate to severe asthma with an eosinophilic phenotype or with oral corticosteroid dependent asthma in patients 6 years of age or older. Previously, this was only indicated in patients 12 years of age or older. So as you can see from my attempt to show you via bolded font, a new update to the indications here, a new availability for this medication. And as you can imagine, the dosage is very patient specific. It's stratified by indication, age, and weight. And then, so to prevent overwhelming the committee, I just refer you to the TCR or the package insert for that. On the next slide here, we have our next medication, Nucala. It also received 2 new updates in the last year. In August 2021, the FDA approved an expanded indication for the liquid formulation and the subcutaneous autoinjector as add-on maintenance treatment of chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyps in adults 18 years of age or older with inadequate response to nasal corticosteroids. And in January 2022, the FDA has approved a new liquid formulation packaged in a safety syringe device for use in children 6 to 11 years old with severe eosinophilic asthma. And the new formulation allows it to be administered to children by a caregiver or a healthcare provider. So similar to the previous medication, we have a new indication here and a new availability. Dosage again, stratified by indication and age. So I refer you to the TCR or the PI for that. And on our next slide, we have Tezspire. Now, in December 2021, the FDA approved this medication, which is a thymic stromal lymphopoietin blocker indicated for the add-on maintenance treatment of adults and pediatric patients 12 years of age or older with severe asthma. And it is important to note the limitation for this use is not for relief of acute bronchospasm or status asthmaticus. In terms of precautions, there are risks associated with abrupt reduction in corticosteroid dosage, so it is recommended to decrease it gradually if appropriate. There is a risk of parasitic infections, so it is recommended to treat patients with pre-existing Helminth-specific infections before therapy. And if patients become infected while receiving treatment and do not respond to anti-Helminth treatment, it is recommended to discontinue this medication until the parasitic infection resolves. And lastly, it is recommended to avoid use of live attenuated vaccines. For this, the dosage is 210 milligrams once every 4 weeks via subcutaneous injection. And the availability are in injection form, it's a 210 mg per 1.91 mils, solution in a single dose glass vial, 210 per 1.91 solution in a single dose prefilled syringe as well. Since this is a new medication, I'll just give a little bit of additional info here. In terms of patients who are pregnant, there are no available data of this medication for use in pregnant women to evaluate a drug-associated risk. In terms of hepatic and renal impairment, there are no formal PK studies, pharmacokinetic studies that have been conducted in patients with hepatic or renal impairment. I'll go ahead and pause right there, as that was the final slide for monoclonal antibodies.
Thank you, Umang. Marissa, can you review the PDL for us?
Hi, this is Marissa. So this is our AHPDL. These are the products that we have in our monoclonal antibodies class for asthma and COPD agents. So as you can see, and I'm just going to highlight it for my own reference, our current preferred products in that class are Syncair, Fasenra, Fasenra Pen, and Xolair are our preferred products. I will make a note too that Dupixent is actually in a different class. I believe it falls on our AHPDL as a atopic dermatitis class. That's why you won't see it listed here. And I believe also the Tezspire that Umang was talking about, I believe that falls in a class of its own as well. The class name, I can't remember off, actually it's here in our monoclonal antibodies. But just to let you guys know, the reason why Dupixent is in the atopic dermatitis in its own class. It's because I believe when it first came out, I believe that was the first indication that it got FDA approved for. And that's the way it was kind of classified in our drug reference tables that we have. So that's the reason why it's not included in the motions. So just disclaimer there that you won't be making a motion on that particular class.
Thank you, Marissa. We do have a stakeholder for this topic as well. First up is Sunny Herpara from AstraZeneca.
Hi, just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
We can hear you fine.
Awesome. All right, I'm ready to go.
All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sunny Herpara. I'm a pharmacist and a regional clinical account director with medical affairs representing AstraZeneca. Thank you for the opportunity to present some recently updated information on Fasenra for subcutaneous use. As a reminder, Fasenra is indicated for the add-on maintenance treatment with patients with severe asthma age 12 years or older with an eosinophil phenotype. The recommended dose of Fasenra is 30 milligrams once every 4 weeks for the first 3 doses, then 30 milligrams once every 8 weeks thereafter by subcutaneous injection into the upper arm, thigh, or abdomen. Fasenra is not indicated for the treatment of other eosinophilic conditions. Fasenra is not indicated for the relief of acute bronchospasms or status asthmaticus. So today we have 2 new real-world evidence studies to share, ZEPHYR-1 and ZEPHYR-2, to further help support the value of maintaining Fasenra on preferred status on formulary. ZEPHYR-1 was a retrospective cohort study of patients 12 years or older with asthma in a real-world setting taking benralizumab to identify the impact on exacerbations. The study utilized data from a large medical and pharmacy claims data source between November 2016 and November 2019. A pre and post design was implemented to descriptively analyze and compare asthma exacerbations between 12-month pre-index and 12-month post-index periods. In the primary cohort, those with 2 or more records of benralizumab, annual exacerbation rates decreased from 3.25 in the pre-index period to 1.47 in the post-index period, which is a 55% reduction, which was significant. 41% were exacerbation-free. In the persistent group, those with 6 or more records of benralizumab, annual exacerbation rates decreased from 3.23 in the pre-index period to 1.23 in the post-index period, a 62% reduction, also significant. 43% were exacerbation-free. For the additional switch cohorts, annual exacerbation rates decreased from 1.74 in the pre-index period to 0.79 in the post-index period, a 54% reduction for those that switched from omalizumab, and annual exacerbation rates decreased from 1.56 in the pre-index period to 1.02 in the post-index period, a 34% reduction for those that switching from mepolizumab. Over half the patients were exacerbation-free in the post-index period. ZEPHYR-2, a retrospective cohort study of patients on benralizumab using US claims data between 2016 and 2018, evaluated the real-world effectiveness of benralizumab on asthma exacerbations and OCS use in patients with available blood eosinophilic blood levels, and those that switching from omalizumab or mepolizumab. In all cases, we saw significance in reduction in annual exacerbation rates per person. So AstraZeneca requests that Fasenra be maintained on the preferred drug list for the Washington Medicaid program. I thank you for your time and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I don't see that we have any other stakeholders who are raising their hand. So Marissa, I'll have you take us to a motion.
This is Kavita Chawla. I move that all products in the asthma and COPD agents monoclonal antibodies drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Alex Clark seconding that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So next, just keep on moving through. We'll be doing our hemopoietic agents with Gaucher's disease being first. And so we'll bring it back to Umang again.
Perfect, thank you. So this is going to be very short on my end. There were no significant, I apologize, just turned my video on. There were no significant clinical updates for this disease state. So I'm going to pause right there and give it right back to you, sir.
All right, and I'll pass it off to Marissa to review the PDL for us.
Hi, this is Marissa. So here I have displayed hematopoietic Gaucher disease. So right now, what we have preferred on our PDL is miglustat, and everything else in that class, or actually Enzabesca, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Everything else is non-preferred.
Thank you, Marissa. And I don't have a pre-approved stakeholder there. I don't see any hands raised. So I think we're ready to go to the motion.
This is Jenny Bucola, and I move that all products in the hematopoietic agents Gaucher disease drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Diane Schwilke. I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, then we'll be on to sickle cell anemia and back to Umang for that presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Alrighty, so moving right along with sickle cell anemia. It is an inherited red blood cell disorder caused by a single gene mutation in the beta globin gene, resulting in an abnormal hemoglobin. It affects approximately 100,000 patients in the US and is more common among African Americans, although it is seen in people of Hispanic ancestry as well. About 1 in 365 African Americans are born with sickle cell disease, and 1 in 13 have the trait, just as carriers. In Hispanic Americans, it occurs in 1 in 16,300 births. People with sickle cell disease have a reduced life expectancy by approximately 20 to 30 years. And people with sickle cell disease inherit 2 abnormal hemoglobin genes, 1 from each parent. It comprises of several syndromes in which the sickle mutation is inherited along with a mutation at the other beta globin allele that diminishes or eliminates the normal production of beta globin. These include sickle cell anemia, which is homozygous sickle mutation, sickle beta thalassemia, and hemoglobin sickle cell disease, among others. There are 2 types of beta thalassemia, 0 and plus. Beta thalassemia is usually a more severe form of sickle cell, HBS beta 0 is usually a severe form of sickle cell disease, while SB plus tends to be a milder form. Sickle cell anemia is the most common and severe form of sickle cell disease, and sickle cell trait is diagnosed when 1 normal gene and 1 abnormal gene are inherited. Patients with SCT do not have signs or symptoms of sickle cell disease, but they can pass the abnormal gene to their children. The treatment goals with sickle cell disease focus on management of symptoms and disease complications. Strategies include management and prevention of disease sequelae, including VOC, chronic pain, chronic hemolytic anemia, organ damage, pulmonary hypertension, stroke, and infection. A hematopoietic cell transplant is the only cure for sickle cell disease, but its use is limited by associated risk and lack of matched donors. HCT is typically performed in children with complications such as stroke. For treatment of acute VOC, IV hydration and analgesia are the mainstay of therapy. Blood transfusions are often used to treat and prevent complications of sickle cell disease, particularly in patients at risk for stroke. However, regular administration of transfusions are associated with iron overload and alloimmunization. Individuals with sickle cell disease are also at increased risk of bacterial and viral infections. Therefore, immunization and prophylactic penicillin are important aspects of care during early childhood, defined as ages less than 5 years of age. Okay, now moving right along to the updated clinical drug-specific clinical information. In December 2021, FDA approved expanded indication for Cyclos for its use in adults to reduce the frequency of painful sickle cell crises and reduce need for blood transfusion. Previously, it was only indicated in pediatric patients 2 years of age or older. No changes to any of the black box warnings, the dosing, or the availability here as well. And on the next slide here, we have Oxbryta. And in December 2021, there were two significant updates. The FDA, first, the FDA had granted accelerated approval to a new formulation, tablets for oral suspension for the treatment of sickle cell disease in adult and pediatric patients 4 years of age or older. The accelerated approval is based on increase in hemoglobin. Therefore, continued approval for this indication may require demonstration of benefit in confirmatory clinical trials. And the second, the existing tablets also received a new indication via accelerated approval for the treatment of sickle cell disease in pediatric patients 4 years of age or older. Previously, the tablet formulation was only indicated for the treatment of sickle cell disease in adult and pediatric patients 12 years of age or older. And so as you can see here, the expanded indication and the availability of the tablets for oral suspension were the significant ones here. And the dosing for the expanded pediatric population is based on body weight, just like the adult one as well. I'm going to pause right there. That's all the significant clinical updates for sickle cell agents.
Thank you, Umang. Next, we'll review the PDL as well. And if our stakeholders want to raise their hand, we'll be on to that after the PDL.
Hi, this is Marissa. So this is our PDL. This is for the sickle cell anemia class. So as you can see, we have Droxia as our preferred product in this class. And I will say a disclaimer, I believe we just recently actually split this class up. So this actually may not be currently up to date. We had to split it out because of some carve outs I believe we had to do for some of those products. So just a disclaimer, it's just for this particular class that we have right now.
Thank you, Marissa. And then for our stakeholder, our first one is Foxy Davison, who's a parent and represents the Metro Seattle Sickle Cell Task Force.
This is Lita. I do not see Foxy on the list of participants, but John Dow has his hand raised.
All right, then we acknowledge John Dow.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I can go and get started. Hi, everyone. My name is John Dow. I am a physician assistant as well as a medical science liaison at Global Blood Therapeutics. Thank you for the opportunity to provide data on Oxbryta today. So sickle cell disease impacts 100,000 people in the United States, and its estimated economic burden is $2.9 billion per year. The root cause of sickle cell disease pathology is polymerization of hemoglobin S, which leads to sickled red blood cells, anemia, hemolysis, and vaso-occlusive crisis. Symptoms can appear as early as 5 months of age, and patients are at risk for stroke, kidney disease, and early mortality. While other therapies have focused on treating acute symptoms such as pain and VOCs, Oxbryta is the only drug that directly inhibits hemoglobin S polymerization. Oxbryta is indicated for the treatment of sickle cell disease in adult and pediatric patients 4 years of age and older. This indication is approved under accelerated approval based off of increase in hemoglobin levels. Continued approval for this indication may be contingent upon verification and description of clinical benefit in confirmatory trials. In an ongoing open label study evaluating the safety and efficacy of Oxbryta in 45 patients aged 4 to 11 years old, 36% of the patients receiving at least one dose of Oxbryta achieved a hemoglobin increase of greater than 1 gram per deciliter at the 24-week mark. 47% of patients completing 24 weeks of therapy achieved a greater than 1 gram per deciliter with improvements seen as early as 2 weeks. The safety profile of voxelotor was similar to patients 12 and older, with the most common side effect being pyrexia, vomiting, and rash. In a qualitative study of sickle cell disease patients aged 4 to 11 on voxelotor and their primary caregivers, 5 out of 8 reported improvement in severity and or frequency of pain crisis. 4 out of 5 reported improvements in fatigue and jaundice. 8 out of 10 reported improvement in health-related quality of life after starting voxelotor, and 5 out of 10 caregiver and patients reported improvement in patients' ability to engage in activities. In a retrospective claims review of 3,128 patients greater than 12 years of age on Oxbryta, comparing 3 months of pre and post initiation, showed a 34% reduction in VOC hospitalization, 37% in reduction in all hospitalizations, a 52% reduction in transfusion, a 23% reduction in VOCs, and a 10% reduction in outpatient visits. Patients receiving voxelotor had a 46% reduction in iron chelation use and 13% fewer opiate prescribed. Sickle cell disease impacts communities that have been historically underserved. Other therapies have focused on acute symptoms, but having Oxbryta on the preferred drug list gives patients access to drug with a novel mechanism that targets roots of sickle cell disease. We respectfully request that Oxbryta be listed as a preferred agent to remove any potential barriers to access. Thank you for your time, and I'm be willing to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Next up for stakeholders, we have Stacy Beal.
Hi, this is actually not Stacy. This is Foxy Davison.
Thank you, Foxy. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to say I had the privilege of being here a while ago when we talked about sickle cell. My name is Foxy. I am a parent of 3 children who do have sickle cell disease, and got to get the privilege of working for the task force, which is a group of people impacted by sickle cell throughout Washington state. My only thing is to say, please, sickle cell, it has taken so long for therapies to finally come on board. We are still facing so many barriers when it comes to actually utilizing these new therapies. And so whatever we can do to continue to push this forward, we're just asking that you do. My son currently, we are in the 3rd denial of one of the actual therapies, the drugs mentioned, and it's just because of misunderstanding around sickle cell and access. And so we want to make sure that our families are getting absolute access to therapies that they have been waiting for years and years to access. So whatever we can do to keep moving these things forward, we're just asking that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see that we have any other stakeholders, so I'll have us move on to the motion.
This is Michael Corsillis. I move that all products in the hematopoietic agents sickle cell anemia drug class are considered safe and efficacious for the medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Kavita Chawla. I just want to, sorry, just to pause on the motion. And is there anything within this committee's purview to kind of help with the more novel agents be on the preferred drug list? Maybe a question for Donna.
I'm sorry, Kavita, I didn't quite hear what you asked.
My question was, is there anything within this committee's purview that can help the newer agents that are not hydroxyurea, help the newer agents be preferred on the PDL?
Marissa, are they not preferred, or do they just require prior authorization?
Let's see. So they're non-preferred with PA. We don't have any policies for them right now or created clinical criteria, but yes, they are non-preferred. And then I believe the Adakveo is in its own class. We just recently split that because of the carve-out status that we gave it. So that's why it's not listed, yeah. But I can't remember the status of that one. It probably doesn't have one actually because it's a carve-out.
This is Laura Bestie. I was a little confused too because it says you have to fail 2 preferred treatments. But if you just look at this view right here, there's only 1 preferred treatment.
Yeah, we don't
which is
require tried and
hydroxyurea.
we don't require tried and failed on these. Mostly because I believe they have different mechanisms of actions and indications. So that's why they're only on prior authorization for medical necessity.
But doesn't the motion say they have to, can you bring the motion back up?
We might need to revisit the motion then.
Yeah, it says 2 preferred.
I mean, that's just standard language that I think was an oversight, or Marissa. We probably need to look to see what we're actually doing on the PDL, and then because I didn't see a tried and failed 2 on the PDL document, which means we're not requiring tried and failed for these drugs.
Well, for the committee, I'll point to that the last line of the standard language is the exception that if there's only 1 product preferred, then they only have to fail that 1 item.
Yeah. We don't even do that though. And so I'm confused why the individuals getting having difficulty. So whoever testified, if they could send an email to our Apple Health Pharmacy Policy mailbox, which I'll put the email address in the chat, we can find out what's going on with the health plans and what's being held up, to make sure that they are reviewing these cases appropriately.
Can we remove the line that says all non-preferred products require a trial, at least 2 preferred products?
Yeah.
So I think the suggestion is to take out the last sentence in its entirety.
Correct.
So Kavita Chawla here again. So if I may understand, the prior authorization is to kind of just show that the patient truly has sickle cell anemia, or I'm just wondering why the additional step of the prior authorization if all of them are being granted.
We're requiring prior authorization to make sure that they are being prescribed for their FDA labeled indications and any other safety thing that might be looking at any other contraindications that might be on the label.
So Donna, what I'm understanding from you is that all medications in this category are currently preferred, but behind prior authorization. Is that correct?
I think except for, can you bring that back up, Marissa? I believe except for the Droxia. Yes.
Which Droxia, you're saying all of them are preferred, but Droxia is available with without prior authorization. The rest of them would need prior authorization.
Correct. I mean, they're essentially preferred because we don't require tried and failed, but we have them listed as non-preferred. But again, we're not requiring tried and failed of anything. They're just require prior authorization. And we don't require tried and failed because Endari, Oxbrita, and Cyclos, they all have different, they treat different aspects of the disease. One's treating pain, others are helping, treat the more sickle, the blood cells, and trying to focus on that. So that's why we removed the tried and failed on these.
This is John McKay. I would move to approve the amended motion.
This is Laura Bestie. I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, then back to Iman. Looks like granulocyte colony stimulating factors will be the next topic.
Perfect. All right, so this one will be specifically granulocyte colony stimulating factors, GCFs. So myelosuppressive chemotherapy can induce neutropenia and a predicted decline to less than 500 microliters during the 48 hours after the dose, and febrile neutropenia, which is a dose-limiting toxicity of chemotherapy. Febrile neutropenia can cause increased diagnostic and treatment costs, prolonged hospitalization, and broad-spectrum antibiotic use, which may necessitate chemotherapy dose reductions, treatment delays, and may ultimately compromise treatment outcomes. The risk of febrile neutropenia is dependent on treatment and dose intensity, which is often underreported. CSF are hematopoietic growth factors that have been shown to decrease the likelihood of neutropenic complications resulting from chemotherapy and to improve relative chemotherapy dose intensity. Prophylactic CSF use can reduce the severity risk and duration of febrile neutropenia and decrease rates of infections and hospitalizations. Neupogen, Reluco, Nivestim, Zarcio, Neulasta, Nivepria, Udenica, Fulphila, Zistenzo, and Granix are GCSFs, whereas Leukeine is a GM-CSF. On the next slide here, the NCCN in 2022 released practice guidelines for hematopoietic growth factors in patients with solid tumors and lymphoid blood cancers. Due to recent approval, Nivepria and Reluco are not currently addressed in the guidelines. Safety data appear similar between Neupogen, Neulasta, and the biosimilars, and the subcutaneous route is preferred for all agents. To date, there are insufficient head-to-head comparative studies on the clinical benefits of GSFs and GM-CSFs. Subcutaneous filgrastim, TBO filgrastim, and PEG filgrastim have a Category 1 recommendation stating there is high-level evidence from randomized controlled clinical trials, and there is uniform NCCN consensus that they prophylactically reduce the risk of febrile neutropenia. However, the guidelines advise caution should be used with the prophylactic use of GCSFs administered with chemotherapy and radiation concurrently. As I mentioned earlier, Reluco is a relatively new medication. In March 2022, FDA approved this biosimilar to Amgen's Neupogen. The indications are, as you can see, it decreases the incidence of infection as manifested by febrile neutropenia in patients with non-myeloid malignancies receiving myelosuppressive anti-cancer drugs associated with a significant incidence of severe neutropenia with fever, to reduce the time to neutrophil recovery and the duration of fever following induction or consolidation chemotherapy treatment of patients with AML. Third, to reduce the duration of neutropenia, neutropenia-related clinical sequelae, for example, febrile neutropenia in patients with non-myeloid malignancies undergoing myeloablative chemotherapy followed by bone marrow transplant. And lastly, to reduce the incidence and duration of sequelae of severe neutropenia in symptomatic patients with congenital neutropenia, cyclic neutropenia, or idiopathic neutropenia. There are some precautions. First, fatal sickle cell crisis. It is recommended to discontinue this medication if this occurs. And glomerular nephritis. They recommend to evaluate and consider dose reduction or interruption of treatment if causality is likely. The dosage for this is stratified by indication and weight-based. And there are two availabilities for this medication, first being a vial, and the second being a pre-filled syringe. On the next slide here, there was an FDA communication in July 2021 for Neulasta. FDA issued an untitled letter notifying Amgen of misbranding of Neulasta due to false or misleading promotional communication regarding the benefits of its Onpro system compared to traditional administration of Neulasta formulations. Go ahead and pause right there.
Thank you, Iman. Marissa, do you have the PDL for us?
Hi, this is Marissa. So this here displayed is our granulocyte colony stimulating factors drug class. So as you can see, our preferred products in this class are Granix, let's see, Neupogen, and it looks like those are the only two that we have preferred in that class.
Thank you. We don't have any stakeholders listed for this topic, and I don't see any hands raised. Excuse me, it looks like we do have a hand raised. Renee Curtis, go on and present for us.
Hi, I actually have two products in this category, and I was told that I would receive 5 minutes to do both products. Is that not correct?
I understand that to be correct, but
That's fine.
all right, go ahead, Renee.
Thank you very much. My name is Renee Curtis. I'm a licensed pharmacist with Pfizer Oncology Medical Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee regarding Nivepria, a biosimilar to Neulasta, and Nivestim, a biosimilar to Neupogen. Nivepria is a leukocyte growth factor indicated to decrease the incidence of infection as manifested by febrile neutropenia in patients with non-myeloid malignancies receiving myelosuppressive anti-cancer drugs associated with clinically significant incidence of febrile neutropenia. Nivepria is not indicated for the mobilization of peripheral blood progenitor cells of hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Patients with cancer receiving myelosuppressive chemotherapy should receive 6 milligrams administered subcutaneously once per chemotherapy cycle. Do not administer between 14 days before and 24 hours after administration of cytotoxic chemotherapy. Use weight-based dosing for pediatric patients less than 45 kilograms. See prescribing information for dose recommendation adjustments for pediatric patients. The most common adverse reactions are bone pain and pain in extremities. Nivepria has warning and precautions for the following: fatal splenic rupture, evaluate patients who report left upper abdominal or shoulder pain, or for an enlarged spleen or splenic rupture. ARDS, evaluate patients who have fever, lung infiltrates, or respiratory distress, and discontinue if they develop ARDS. Serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, permanently discontinue Nivepria for patients who have serious allergic reactions. Fatal sickle cell crisis, glomerular nephritis, evaluate and consider dose reductions or interruptions of Nivepria if causality is likely. Leukocytosis, monitors full CBC during Nivepria therapy is recommended. Patients who develop symptoms of capillary leak syndrome should be closely monitored and receive standard symptomatic treatment. Potential for tumor growth stimulatory effects on malignant cells. The GCSF receptor, through which pegfilgrastim and filgrastim products act, has been found on tumor cells. The possibility that pegfilgrastim products act as a growth factor for any tumor type, including myeloid malignancies and myelodysplasia, diseases for which pegfilgrastim products are not approved cannot be excluded. Aortitis has been reported in patients receiving pegfilgrastim products and could occur as early as the first week of therapy. Discontinue if aortitis is suspected. Nivestim is a leukocyte growth factor indicated to decrease the incidence of infection as manifested by febrile neutropenia in patients with non-myeloid malignancies receiving myelosuppressive anti-cancer drugs associated with a significant incidence of severe neutropenia with fever. Reduce the time to neutrophil recovery and duration of fever followed induction consolidation chemotherapy treatment of patients with AML. Reduce the duration of neutropenia and neutropenia-related clinical sequelae in patients with non-myeloid malignancies undergoing myeloablative chemotherapy followed by bone marrow transplantation, and mobilize autologous hematopoietic peritoneal stem cells into peripheral blood for collection for leukapheresis. And also reduce the incidence and duration of sequelae of severe neutropenia in symptomatic patients with congenital neutropenia, cyclic neutropenia, or idiopathic neutropenia. The dosing and administration is as follows. Patients with cancer receiving myelosuppressive chemotherapy or induction and/or consolidation chemotherapy for AML, the recommended starting dose is 5 mg per kilo per day sub-Q, short IV infusion, 15 or 30 minutes, or continuous IV infusion. Patients with cancer undergoing bone marrow transplantation should receive 10 mg per kilo per day given as an IV infusion, no longer than 24 hours. For auto peripheral blood stem cell collection and therapy, 10 mg per day sub-Q, administer 4 days before the first leukapheresis and until the last leukapheresis. For congenital neutropenia, 6 mg per kilo sub-Q twice daily. For cyclic or idiopathic neutropenia, 5 mg per kilo sub-Q IV daily. Please see full prescribing information for dose adjustments. Most common adverse events for this drug are pyrexia, pain, rash, epistaxis, bone pain, anemia, diarrhea, hyposthesia, alopecia, headache, cough, and dyspnea. Nivestim has warning precautions for fatal splenic rupture, acute respiratory distress syndrome, serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, fatal sickle cell crisis, and glomerulonephritis. Please see full prescribing information for a complete list of warnings. In conclusion, maintaining Nivestim, an FDA-approved biosimilar to Neupogen, and Nivepria, an FDA-approved biosimilar to Neulasta, will offer an additional treatment option for patients requiring treatment with the leukocyte growth factor in the Washington State Medicaid population. I respectfully request the committee to continue providing Nivestim and Nivepria for your patients. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Renee. Do not see any other stakeholders. And with that, then we will entertain a motion.
This is Diane Schwilke, and I move that all products in the hematopoietin agents, granulocyte colony stimulating factors, GCSF, drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Susan Flattabo, I second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Then last presentation before the break, Umang will let us know about erythropoiesis stimulating agents.
Okay. Again, this is a quick one. There were no significant clinical updates in the last 12 months for the ESAs. So I'll give it right back to you and Lita.
And then off to Marissa to review the PDL.
Hi, this is Marissa. So in our erythropoiesis stimulating agents class, the preferred products we have right now are Aranesp and Retacrit.
Perfect. Moving right along. We don't have any scheduled stakeholders. I see Renee's hand is up. I don't know if that's old or if Renee, you want to present on this category as well.
I would like to present on this category as well, please. I just have one agent. Thank you.
Okay, sounds very good. Go ahead.
Again, my name is Renee Curtis, and I'm a licensed pharmacist with Pfizer Oncology Medical Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee regarding Retacrit, a biosimilar to Epogen. Retacrit is an erythropoiesis stimulating agent, ESA, indicated for all the same indications as the branded reference product. The dosage, administration, and clinical safety profile, including the boxed warning, are all the same as the branded reference product. In conclusion, maintaining Retacrit, an FDA-approved biosimilar to Epogen on your PDL, will offer an additional treatment option for patients requiring treatment with erythropoiesis stimulating agent in the Washington Medicaid population. Based on the efficacy and safety, I respectfully request the committee to continue to provide availability to Retacrit for your patients. Thank you for your time and attention. I will return the remainder of my time back to the committee for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I do not see any other stakeholders, so we will look at a motion.
This is Alex Park. I move that all products in the hematopoietic agents, erythropoiesis stimulating agents drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Michael Corsillis. I second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, very good. I think that brings us up to everything we were supposed to get covered before the break. I'll just kind of check on timing. I know we're running about 10 minutes behind. I don't know if we want to come back at 2:40 or something along those lines.
That's what I was thinking. This is Lita. Why don't we come back? We'll take a 6-minute break, if that's okay.
I'll see you guys at 2:40. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a very restful break. We will get back to another presentation from Umang. A number of agents in here, but oncology agents leading the pack.
Perfect. Thank you. So the oncology section gets a little bit tricky here. Magellan usually breaks these down as by cancer type. For the review for Apple Health PDL, we'll be kind of going through mechanism of action. So I've kind of broken it down. On the next slide here, you'll see the subclasses that fall under here. So we have the subclasses that fall under the heme class. We have alkylating agents, anti-neoplastic miscellaneous, BCL2 inhibitors, histone deacetylase inhibitors, immunomodulators, IDH1 and 2 inhibitors, JAK inhibitors, proteasome inhibitors, XPO1, and antimetabolites. Now, as you can see, there are a few that are bolded, Ferdake and Zitolig. I have to apologize to the committee for my pronunciation on these, and Vonjo and Tibsovo. So these are the ones with significant clinical updates here.
Hey, sorry, this is Marissa. I just wanted to pause for a second and let the DUR board know. We'll do an overall motion at the very end for all of the oncology agents. You will notice that we have one class that's kind of differently named. It's immune modulators, thalidomide analogs. We did have to separate that on the AHPDL just so we could lump them all together. So that will be its own motion, and then all the oncology will be separately, like listed on one slide. But Umang has it split up in his presentation as hematological and I believe breast. Correct me if I'm wrong, Umang. So after those two presentations, we'll just do stakeholder input all together and then the motions for all of those at the end. So I just wanted to put that out there first. Sorry to interrupt, Umang, go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. So we'll move on right to the next slide. When I do present, some of these classes have a lot of different disease states or different kind of parallel therapeutic classes that kind of fall in there. I try to focus on the ones that correlate to the new updated clinical information, drug-specific information I'll be providing later. So the first here we have graft versus host disease. And so this is an immune-mediated disease that can result following hematopoietic stem cell transplant when the transplanted cells, the graft, recognize the recipient's body as foreign. Organ systems most commonly impacted by this include the skin, the GI tract, and the liver. Chronic GVHD is generally an extension of acute that often develops more than 100 days after transplant, but it can also occur in those without acute GVHD. Symptoms include ocular manifestations, oral and GI, respiratory, and neuromuscular manifestations. Now, in terms of the guidelines here, as you can see, they are well over 3 years old. So I won't be going over these in detail. I did keep these here. The American Society of Bone Marrow Transplantation renamed the American Society of Transplantation Cellular Therapy. The NCCN guidelines and the NIH are just here again for the committee's reference. But since they're over 3 years old, I tend to focus on the ones within the last year. On the next slide here, continuing the background, we have Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia. Now, this is a B cell disorder presenting as bone marrow infiltration with lymphoplasmacytic cells that are CD19 plus. I'm sorry, CD19 plus, 20 plus, and 22 plus. The NCCN guidelines in 2020. Sorry, there's background noise coming from someone, so I apologize if I pause there. The NCCN guidelines in 2022 state that these symptoms may include hyperviscosity, neuropathy, symptomatic adenopathy, or organomegaly, amyloidosis, cryoglobulinemia, and cytopenias. Both zanubrutinib and ibrutinib with or without rituximab are listed as options for primary treatment, while ixazomib combined with rituximab and dexamethasone is category 2A and other recommended regimens for primary therapy. For patients who have received previous therapies, zanubrutinib and ibrutinib with or without rituximab are category 1 preferred regimens. Acalabrutinib is category 2A, other recommended treatment option. Up to 40% of Waldenstrom macroglobulinemia patients may have recurrent mutations in the CXCR4 gene, and certain CXCR4 mutations may confer resistance to ibrutinib. Therefore, the NCCN guidelines recommend consideration of CXCR4 gene mutation testing for patients being initiated on ibrutinib therapy as category 2A, useful in certain circumstances recommendation. There are no current US guidelines that exist for the treatment of erythema nodosum leprosum, hypereosinophilic syndrome, or chronic eosinophilic leukemia. On the next slide here, we have Philadelphia chromosome positive, or PH plus ALL. It is rare in pediatric cases of ALL, occurring in approximately 2% of cases. In contrast, approximately 25% of adult cases of ALL are PH positive. In terms of treatment, the NCCN guideline last year recommended incorporating a TKI in the frontline regimen for PH plus ALL as an established standard of care for adolescents and young adults and adult patients. The TKI may be combined with either chemotherapy or corticosteroids, depending on the patient's age and comorbidities. The options for induction therapy in adolescents, young adults, and adults include Gleevec, Sprycel, Tasigna, Bossulif, and Iclusig. They state that dasatinib and imatinib are preferred TKIs for induction therapy, while ponatinib is preferred as part of the hyper-CVAD chemotherapy regimen. In addition, the guidelines also state that Bosiliff is an option, but state there's limited data for that particular TKI in PH plus ALL. Mutation testing for the ABL gene should be considered, as this mutation can confer greater resistance or susceptibility to a particular TKI, and the choice of a specific TKI should also be based on disease-related features. Pediatric patients with PH plus ALL are also candidates for TKI therapy. Additionally, the guidelines for pediatric ALL specifically list combined treatment options regimens containing imatinib or dasatinib. A study by the Children's Oncology Group utilizing imatinib for children with PH plus ALL demonstrated a 5-year event-free survival of 70%, which is superior to historical controls prior to the introduction of imatinib. On the next slide here, moving over to drug specific, we have Tibsovo. So in August 2021, it received an expanded indication for the treatment of adults with susceptible IDH1 mutations as detected by an FDA-approved test for patients with locally advanced or metastatic cholangiocarcinoma who have been previously treated. It is also indicated for certain adults with susceptible IDH1 mutations as detected by an FDA-approved test with AML. Again, with just the secondary indication here, no changes to the warnings and precautions, as you can see, dosing or availability here. Next, we have Jakafi. In September 2021, FDA approved oral Jakafi for chronic graft versus host disease after failure of 1 or 2 lines of systemic therapy in adults and pediatric patients 12 years of age or older. It is already indicated for steroid refractory acute graft versus host disease in the same age group and for select patients with myelofibrosis or polycythemia vera. Again, no changes to, aside from the expanded indication here, no changes to the warnings and precautions. The dosing, as you can imagine, is stratified by said indication and possible baseline platelet count. And the availability here you see are various tablet forms. On the next slide, we have Vonjo. In March 2022, FDA approved Vonjo, a kinase inhibitor with specificity for JAK2 and IRAK1 without inhibiting JAK1, indicated for the treatment of adults with intermediate or high risk primary or secondary post-polycythemia vera or post-essential thrombocythemia, myelofibrosis with a platelet count of less than 50 times 10 to the 9th per liter. This indication was approved under accelerated approval based on spleen volume reduction, and continued approval for this indication may be contingent upon verification and description of clinical benefits in a confirmatory trial. Now, since this is a new medication, I just wanted to go over some of the warnings and precautions, being thrombocytopenia, thrombosis, secondary malignancies such as lymphoma and other malignancies may occur, and past or current smokers may be at an increased risk. And lastly, risk of infection, as you can imagine with chemotherapy medications. The dosage here is 200 milligrams orally twice daily, and it comes in a 100 milligram capsule form here. Since this is a new medication, just an FYI for special populations, so patients who have hepatic impairment, it is recommended to avoid use in moderate hepatic impairment, which is defined as Child-Pugh B as in beta, and it is also recommended to avoid in Child-Pugh C for severe hepatic impairment. We'll move on to the next slide here. We have FDA communications. In October 2021, the FDA had granted recognition to a partial listing of the first tumor mutation database that is part of the public human genetic variant databases. And this was the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center's Oncology Knowledge Base, or OncoB. Now, lastly, we have some updates regarding withdrawals. First being Faradake. Secura Bio announced that they will withdraw this from the US market. The drug had received accelerated approval for use in combination with bortezomib and dexamethasone for the treatment of patients with multiple myeloma who had received 2 or more prior regimens, including bortezomib and an immunomodulator agent. Seqirus stated they are withdrawing the medication because it is not feasible to complete the required post-approval clinical studies to confirm clinical benefit. And the second being for Zydalig. In April 2022, Gilead announced the voluntary withdrawal of specific indications for the treatment of relapsed follicular B-cell non-Hodgkin lymphoma and relapsed small lymphocytic lymphoma, which were approved under an accelerated approval based on objective responsive rates of 54% and 58% respectively. The decision to withdraw these indications is based on an ongoing challenge of enrolling patients in the confirmatory trial. Zydalig's indication for relapsed chronic lymphocytic leukemia will still remain. Next will be breast cancer. And Marissa, just to confirm, I'm just going to go right through this one as well, correct?
Hi, this is Marissa. Yep, Umang, you can go ahead and just go into it.
Perfect, thank you. I'm just going to take a sip of water, I apologize.
Yeah, feel free to take a breather if you need it.
These drug names can be a little bit intense. Going to the next slide, we'll go ahead and break down the subclasses that fall under oncology breast cancer. First one we have our anti-metabolites, and the second one we have our PI3K inhibitors here. Now, as you can see, Vijoice is bolded here, so I will be reviewing that momentarily. Moving right along to a little bit of background, breast cancer is the most common site of cancer for women in the US, accounting for 30% of all cancer diagnoses, and is second only to lung cancer as a cause of cancer death in American women. It's estimated there will be about 287,000 new cases of breast cancer diagnosed in the US in 2022, and there will be an estimated 43,000 deaths. The incidence of breast cancer in the US women continues to increase by about 0.5% per year. Known risk factors that may be contributing to this increased incidence include a decline in fertility rate and an increase in body weight. Despite this increasing incidence, death rates from breast cancer have declined by 42% since 1989, largely due to improvements in both early detection and treatment. The overall 5-year survival for women diagnosed with breast cancer is 90%. Patients who present with localized disease have a 99% 5-year survival rate. However, prognosis for patients presenting with distant metastatic disease is much poorer, with a 5-year survival rate of only 29%. Breast cancer is most frequently diagnosed in women between 55 to 74 years of age, with the median age at diagnosis being 63 years. Rarely, breast cancer may be diagnosed in men. Other risk factors include various endocrine, genetic, environmental, and lifestyle factors. And some of these risk factors are modifiable, some are not, and the impact of these factors are variable. And the reason there are no guidelines posted here, they are found in the TCR for the committee, is they are all greater than 1 year, since published. So didn't feel the urgency to review them, but again, they are found in the TCR. So for the medication here, we have Vijoice. In April 2022, FDA approved this medication, which is a kinase inhibitor indicated for the treatment of adult and pediatric patients 2 years of age or older with severe manifestations of PIK3CA related overgrowth spectrum who require systemic therapy. It is approved under accelerated approval based on response rates and duration of response. And continued approval may be contingent upon verification and description of clinical benefit in a confirmatory trial. Warnings and precautions here: diarrhea and embryo fetal toxicity, as one can imagine. The dosing is stratified by age, and for pediatric patients, it's 50 milligrams once daily with food, adults 250 milligrams once daily with food. And the availabilities are various dosage strengths of tablets here. Okay. In October 2021, the FDA did release a communication. They had granted recognition again to the first tumor mutation database. I mentioned that previously, and I wanted to put it back in here as well because it does encompass all of the cancer subgroups that we'd be reviewing. And I'm going to pause right there. And so that is the end of the oncology section, I believe.
Thank you, Iman. That was a lot you got through. Thank you for all those efforts. Marissa, do you want to review the PEL for us?
Yeah, hi, this is Marissa. Apologies, they're doing yard work right outside of my house, so if you hear it, I apologize in advance. So to go through the PDL, here is the immune modulators, the thalidomide analogs class. We have lenalidomide, Pomalyst, Revlimid, Thalidomide and Vivigart as our preferred products in that class. And then for the oncology agents, a general rule of thumb that we do is we typically prefer pretty much everything unless a product has a generic on the market. So like a capecitabine product, the brand name of that is probably non-preferred. So really, you'll see we have a lot of preferred products in our oncology agents class. And the only reason why it would be non-preferred is because there's already a generic on the market. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, but if not, we can go ahead and move over to stakeholder input.
All right, yeah, thank you. We do have two stakeholders who communicate beforehand.
Excuse me, this is Susan Flattabo. I just wanted to question, I noticed under the immune modulators tab in this PDL that you have Vivigart listed. I don't think Vivigart belongs there. I think that's for myasthenia gravis. So I don't know if that needs to be removed. At least, I mean, I don't think it's a thalidomide analog. I'm not familiar with it.
Marissa, I can definitely take that back, Susan. Reevaluate it to be split out to another class, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. I honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not too familiar with that either. So I will reevaluate that product for sure and see if I need to split that into a different class.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. The first stakeholder we have is Patrick Tamburo of CTI Biopharma. I think he's listed, however, under William Dozier.
Hi, this is Lita, and I see there's two names for William Dozier. So did we unmute the correct one?
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome.
Go
All
ahead.
right. Cool. We'll get right into it then. So yeah, my name's Patrick Tamburo. I'm an MSL with CTI Biopharma, just covering pacritinib today. So on February 28, 2022, Vonjo or pacritinib, a kinase inhibitor with high specificity for JAK2 and IRAK1, was approved for the treatment of adults with intermediate or high-risk primary or secondary myelofibrosis with platelet counts below 50,000. This indication is approved under accelerated approval based on spleen volume reduction. And continued approval for this indication may be contingent upon verification and description of clinical benefit in confirmatory trials. Pacritinib was approved based on PERSIST-2, a phase 3 study evaluating pacritinib 200 milligrams twice daily compared with best available therapy, including ruxolitinib in patients with platelet counts below 100,000. In the ITT efficacy group, 22% of patients treated with PAC 200 milligrams twice daily versus 3% of patients in the best available therapy arm achieved significantly greater than or equal to 35% spleen volume reduction. Similarly, 32% of patients treated with pacritinib achieved greater than or equal to 50% reduction in total symptom scores compared to 14% in the best available therapy arm. Additionally, 57% of patients treated with pacritinib 200 milligrams twice daily reported much improved or very much improved patient global impression of change scores compared to only 28% in the best available therapy arm, who reported much improved with no reports of much improved. Most common side effects are diarrhea, thrombocytopenia, nausea, anemia, and peripheral edema. There is no black box warning for pacritinib. However, it is contraindicated with co-administration of strong CYP3A4 inhibitors or inducers. Diarrhea of any grade occurred in about 48% of patients in the pacritinib arm versus 15% on the best available therapy arm, and PERSIST-2. Less than 4% of those were grade 3 or 4 diarrhea, with none in the best available therapy arm, and it usually occurs within the first 8 weeks and subsides 1 to 2 weeks after onset and is easily managed with OTC antidiarrheals. Cytopenias were commonly reported overall, but there is a stabilization of platelets and hemoglobin that was observed in pacritinib arm. And in addition, patients who were red blood cell transfusion dependent at baseline experienced transfusion burden decline over time with pacritinib, and were able to maintain full dose at week 24 with a median daily dose of 400 milligrams. Ongoing is our phase 3 Pacifica trial, our confirmatory trial looking at PAC versus physician's choice therapy in patients with MF and severe thrombocytopenia. And PAC was added to the NCCN guidelines in April as first-line therapy in patients with severe thrombocytopenia and second line for patients with platelet counts above 50,000. So based on that, along with the treatment guideline recommendations, we respectfully ask that pacritinib be added to formulary as the preferred agent for patients with myelofibrosis and platelet counts less than 50,000, and considered as second line for patients who have platelet counts greater than 50,000 who lack response or are intolerant to other prior JAK inhibitor therapy. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next, we'll be hearing from Nathan Blake again of AbbVie.
Hi, good afternoon. One final time, my name is Nathan Blake with AbbVie Medical Affairs, and I really just wanted to make myself available to the committee if there's any questions regarding venetoclax with the brand name Venclexta, which is an oral BCL2 inhibitor. Otherwise, I'd like to give my time back to the committee.
Thank you. Would we be able to see the motion?
Jordan, this is Lita. I see one question from Andrew Yu in the Q&A box. He said on the PDL, I see Piqray listed under P13K inhibitors, but why isn't VJOICE?
Hi, this is Marissa. Andrew, off the top of my head, I'm not quite sure. It could be what I'm thinking is because it's probably in a class of its own. And the list that we were using as we were creating the agenda is actually updated. So I'll have to double check and research, but I have a feeling that's what's occurring. So that might be why. But I can research that. If you want to send that inquiry into the Apple Health Pharmacy Policy mailbox, I can get a definite answer over to you.
Well, this is Susan Flattabo. I move that all products in the immune modulators, thalidomide analogs drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Diane Schwilke, I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and then I think we have one more motion.
This is Marissa, and I just wanted to verify the reason why the VJOICE is not in the PI3K inhibitors class is because it does indeed live in a different drug class at the moment right now. So VJOICE is in the miscellaneous therapeutic classes, a PIK3CA related agents class that's not being reviewed at this meeting. So it's not listed here, but it will be added for review eventually to one of the meetings in the future.
This is Diane Schwilke, And I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slides 20 and 21 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Laura Bestie. I second the motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, on to our next presentation from Umang. Next one is thrombopoiesis stimulating proteins.
Perfect, thank you. So the next one is one of those classes that there were no significant clinical updates in the last 12 months. So I'll volley it right back to you, sir.
All right, and Marissa, do you want to review the PDL for us?
Hi, this is Marissa. So these are the products that we have currently in our thrombopoiesis stimulating agents class. So right now, the preferred product we have right now is a Promecta tablet.
Thank you. We don't have any previous stakeholders noted. I don't see any hand raised, but if you want to get that up, I'll keep on looking. Otherwise, Marissa, I think we can look at a motion.
This is Ginny Bucola. I move that all products in the hematopoietic agents thrombopoiesis stimulating protein drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Alex Park. I second the motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, back to Umang again, this time on growth hormones category. Or excuse me, I jumped ahead, I think. Growth hormone releasing hormones.
Perfect. So the next slide here we have our growth hormone releasing hormones. So we'll move right to the background. So achondroplasia is a genetic bone growth disorder that prevents cartilage from converting to bone. It's the most common form of dwarfism. It is rare, occurring in 1 in every 15,000. I apologize, there's a typo there. 15,000 to 40,000 live births. The condition is caused by a mutation of the fibroblast growth factor receptor 3 gene, which leads to the prevention of normal bone growth. Excuse me. The average height of an adult with achondroplasia is approximately 4 feet, and other characteristics include macrocephaly, bowing of the legs, thoracolumbar kyphosis, small fingers, frontal bossing, and mild face hypoplasia. Patients with achondroplasia have an increased risk of death in infancy, hypotonia, apnea, obesity, and difficulty walking. Voxzogo is the first FDA-approved therapy for this disease state in patients 5 years of age or older with open epiphysis. It is a human C-type it is a human CNP analog, and it binds to a specific receptor called the natriuretic peptide receptor and antagonizes the FGFR3 gene downstream signaling, which results in a positive endochondral bone growth while promoting chondrocyte proliferation and differentiation. On the next slide here, as I mentioned, so the medication specifically is Voxzogo, and in December 2021, FDA granted accelerated approval to this medication for the indication to increase linear growth in pediatric patients with achondroplasia who are 5 years of age or older with open ephysis. Again, with any accelerated approval, it is based on improvement in annual growth velocity. Therefore, continued approval may require demonstration of benefit in confirmatory clinical trials. There are some precautions here, first being renal impairment. It is not recommended in patients with a GFR of less than 60 milliliters per minute, and risk of low blood pressure. There are transient decreases in blood pressure have been reported. In terms of dosing, it is based on the patient's weight. It is administered subcutaneously once daily, and it is recommended that the healthcare practitioner monitor growth and adjust dosage according to body weight. Permanently discontinue upon closure of epiphysis. In terms of formulations, there are, for the subcutaneous injections, there are lyophilized powders and a single dose vial for reconstitution here. And now, since this is a new medication, I did just want to say for special populations, for patients who have hepatic or renal impairment, the effect is unknown. And in terms of pregnancy, I apologize, for hepatic impairment, the effect is unknown. For renal impairment, we had discussed GFR of less than 60 should not be used. And in patients who are pregnant, there are no available data for this medication use in pregnant women to evaluate a drug-associated risk. I'll pause right there for the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Let's review the PDL.
Hi, this is Marissa. So looks like we only have one product that is in the GHRH endocrine and metabolic agents class. So we have eGrifta, and it is preferred.
We don't have anybody listed for previous stakeholders, and I don't see any hand raised, so we can look at the motion.
Hi, Jordan, this is Lita. I do have one question from China, Izat, with Takeda Oncology. Just want to confirm that the pages referenced in the prior oncology motion were accurate. The slide deck I have from the meeting material shows the oral oncology therapies on slide 28, while the motion referenced slide 20 to 21.
Hi, this is Marissa. I think China, the slides that we're referencing in the motions are specifically the slides that are in the motions slide deck itself. So if it was looking at oncology therapies listed on slide 28, that I don't know if that's referencing the slides that Umang is going through. That's actually separate. I can actually verify that right now in case. Yeah, so just to verify, that slides that we're referencing in the motion is referencing the slides in the motion slide deck itself, not necessarily to the presentation that Umang is giving. So that's it's still accurate the way that we have it in the motions, but that's the difference between the two slide decks.
Thank you, Marissa, for explaining that.
This is Michael Corsillis. I move that all products in the endocrine and metabolic agents, growth hormone releasing hormones drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Diane Schwilke, I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, on to the next presentation, growth hormones with Umang.
Perfect, thank you. All right, the next and final class we have here are the endocrine and metabolic agents, growth hormones. So growth hormone deficiency results from inadequate production of growth hormone and can produce various medical conditions dependent on age. Adults with GHD may have diminished lean body mass, poor bone density, and a number of physical and physiological manifestations. It can be congenital or acquired in childhood or adult life, in addition to being partial or complete. The condition is usually permanent and may be an isolated deficiency or occur in association with deficiencies of other pituitary hormones. In most cases, the diagnosis of GHD should be based on results from two provocative tests as recommended by the Pediatric Endocrine Society. The 2009 American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists Guideline for Clinical Practice indicates no evidence exists to support any specific growth hormone product over another. I did want to just let the committee know, please note there are multiple disease states that kind of fall under growth hormone, Prader-Willi syndrome, idiopathic short stature, et cetera. But we're not reviewing those just because there were no correlated clinical updates for those, just specifically GHD here. So the first medication we have is Skytrofa. In August 2021, FDA approved this medication for pediatric patients 1 year of age or older who weigh 11.5 kilograms or greater and have growth failure due to inadequate secretion of endogenous growth hormone. Now, because this is a new medication, some of the precautions here are increased risk of neoplasm, glucose intolerance and diabetes mellitus, possible hypothyroidism, and pancreatitis here. The dosing should be administered subcutaneously, again, in the abdomen, buttock, or thigh with regular rotation of the injection site. And the dosing is 0.24 mg per kg body weight once weekly. For the formulation, there are various forms of injection here, various strengths of the injection. Since this is a new medication, patients who are pregnant, there are no available data, and patients with hepatic or renal impairment, no specific data studies have been performed with Skytrofa here. On the next final slide here, just a little bit of an update. There was a drug shortage for Zomactin in May 2021. Ferring notified healthcare practitioners of a supply shortage of Zomactin 10 milligrams due to COVID-19 travel restrictions causing delays in qualifying new filling lines. The recommended healthcare practitioners stop prescribing to new patients and transition current patients and future patients to Zomactin 5. They also requested that healthcare practitioners and patients contact their support services. Again, this was about 12-ish months ago and since has resolved, but just for transparency's sake for the committee, this was just added in here. And I'll go ahead and pause there for the committee.
Thank you, Martin, for all those presentations. Let's look at the PDL.
Marissa. So for our PDL or AHPDL, for growth hormones, our preferred products that we have at this moment are genotropin, looks like norditropin, and it just looks like those two are the only two preferred products at this time.
Okay, thank you. I do have a listed stakeholder for this one at Tracy Marlavia of Ascendi Pharma.
Hi, could you hear me okay?
Yes, Tracy, we can hear you. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sorry for my voice. I got COVID this morning. Hi, everyone. I'm Tracy Maravilla. I'm a pharmacist with Ascendis Pharma and the Health Economics Outcomes and Research on the medical affairs side. As we already stated with the Skytrofa, the indication, I will just kind of follow along with that and just remind you that it is the only once weekly product currently approved in the United States for pediatric growth hormone deficiency. It addresses an unmet need, providing an alternative to daily somatropin injections that are associated with significant treatment burden. And what I mean by that is very intrusive therapy for these patients to receive daily injections, especially children, and it can be very challenging. This is where we see that value in long-acting growth hormone being less intrusive for these patients and improving adherence to their therapy. Skytrofa is administered using an auto-injector. This is provided free to the patients. It has benefits of a low volume injection, small needles, room temperature storage, no refrigeration required, preservative-free, no waste, empty-all design with a long lifespan, and it gives patient feedback on the automatic reconstitution progress. The efficacy and safety was established through our global phase 3 clinical development program, which includes 3 trials. The first is the HEIGHT trial with a 52-week head-to-head study with treatment-naive patients comparing 0.24 milligram per kilogram per week of Skytrofa to the equivalent daily genotropin given per week. The primary analysis of the HEIGHT trial showed a 0.86 centimeter per year difference with a p-value statistically significant at 0.0088 for Skytrofa over the daily genotropin. Importantly, medication adherence was controlled for the daily injections in order to create ideal conditions, most notably for the daily injections with the genotropin. As you all know, adherence is a well-known issue impacting patient outcomes with regards to daily injections. The FLIGHT trial is our 26-week switch study, which is designed to assess safety in patient and parent experience with Skytrofa among treatment experienced patients. So these patients were on daily injections prior to coming onto the trial. Their dose averaged about 2.29 milligrams per kilogram per week prior to coming on to Skytrofa. We did include 3 treatment-naive patients under the age of 3. And treatment adverse events were generally mild and equivalent between those 2 groups and very similar, and there were no neutralizing antibodies seen in the Skytrofa group. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tracy, for the presentation, and sorry about your illness. I don't see that we have any other stakeholders, so we can look at the motion.
This is John McKay. I move that all products in the endocrine and metabolic agents, growth hormone drug classes are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of the HCA. Products in the class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of at least 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized, unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Kavita Chawla. I second the motion.
All who approve, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose? Okay, thank you. I think that's for our agenda. I think we made it through. Thank you, everybody, helping out with the presentations today and getting everything on the screen while we do it this way. Maybe I'll just point to Lita first to see if we've got anything else to do today.
No, that's it. Thank you all, and thank you, Jordan. Did a great job as chair today, and we'll see you guys in August.
Sounds good. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
See you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.